Although at least initially I will certainly use the Steam tile set for a little bit. All right, let's jump back into the Absolute Realms. This is a different world, different dimension, different everything. This is the world that we are trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. We've recently started growing strawberries. Ain't that exciting? This is the fortress itself. Recent additions to it of note is this. I have turned the tower into beehives. So we are, it's very high up, so we don't need to worry about my animals or dwarves getting stung, which is kind of wonderful. We've almost finished another layer on the wall. Almost, we're getting there. And the fortress itself is coming along nicely. Dwarves are relatively happy. The Great Padinsky unfortunately passed. I mean, I can't answer questions that I don't have answers to. I'm assuming it'll be similar to the way it currently works, but I don't know. I'm assuming it will be, but I can't give you answers to questions that I don't have. So down here in this pit, we are growing. I was trying to grow trees in this, but they never sprouted. So instead, we're just growing some strawberries right here, which are producing a ton. What happened to you? You murdered somebody, and then my sheriff punched your head in. You murdered a fourth person, rather, so it's about damn time you died, frankly. Oh, no. Speaking of, one of our original 7 dwarves been having a rough week. A little bit stressed. Wants to practice a craft real bad. Well, do you even have any crafts? Yeah, you do. What are your crafts? Weaving. Well, No, I'm gonna give you wax working, because we've been doing some of that recently. Give you the opportunity to go do some wax working. To be fair, you had a good run, Padinsky. Yep. And that's why Tarn talked about this in the interview I did with him, right? Pink Fluffy? The reason the ASCII version is getting the UX overhaul is so that he can just update the two at the same time. And there won't be any real difference between them because the graphics are separate from the way the actual workings of the game are. So you can just update them both at the same time and put the code into both at the same time and not worry about that stuff. Yeah. Merchants will be leaving soon, but that's fine because we already traded with them. We have a soap industry up and running, which we did last time. And another thing that we've been working on in the fortress is down here, this. This down here, my friends, is a emergency bunker. There's a bunch of food in here and alcohol. That is, one day you'll figure that out, Llama. That is completely forbidden, so they can't actually use it. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get some mud down here. So I'm going to make a collection of spot, or not collection, a spot for us to farm. And then this is going to be our emergency in case of big invasion hide in here area. I've got it set up as a, well, mostly set up, partially set up as, and labeled as a bunker. I'm also working on a thing that will be a temple down here. This is going to be filled with engravings and it will be very nice. So this is kind of our current project, is building a escape bunker in case of war. As far as the named living dwarves right now go, we have a bunch of children in the fortress currently. Orange, Mikael, Apostle II, Coldfire, Nax, Aras, Not Goffer, Pink Fluffy, Voozle, Cheers Jamie Hobo, Hot Cup of Tea, Lump, Astrobanjos, Eripterus, Gate Nerd, Max, Belug, Rhinestone, Squug, Animal, Screw, Polking, Suey, Dragon Man, Pablo, Scrumpet, Goats the Third, Jecky, Jack Nerick the Third, Narvicious, Pispan, Spitalier, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Focal Fury, Audio, Slipple, Aegis, Eric Shadowblade, Cryo, Bastet, Jellybutt, Horny, King, Barons the Second, Berries, Wave Thrash, Eternal, Petra, and Euthyrus. Barons, what's up, man? How's things? How does one limit the amount of dwarves that are allowed to join? I can show you in my setup. I don't know how you have the game set up, but I can show you how it works in vanilla. This is the folder where I have my various installs. This is the current install. You double click that, okay? Then you click on data. Then you click on init. Then you go to dinit. It'll pop up this window, right? Roll down through this window. And then you'll see this. Population cap, okay? Specifically on dinit. Once again, that's Dwarf Fortress, whatever your version is, data, and then init. Open dinit. You'll see your population cap. Change that to whatever you want it to be. You can also change your baby child cap and your visitor cap and your invasion cap. So if you want bigger invasions, you can crank this number up. If you want smaller invasions, you can push it down. But the difference between strict and population is population cap is how many migrants you can get. Strict population cap is how many babies you can have beyond your migrants. So I can have up to 45 migrants, and then if I don't have migrants, then they will have babies. If they've already had babies, then they will stop having migrants. Well, I'm just explaining how to change your dwarf cap. That's all the Riptorus. Hello. We just did some legends, and I am working on me bunker. Bunker and soon to be gardens in the bunker. I also should make a well down here. Like it won't be the nicest well, but it'll be a well. You know. This is, in case of emergency, fill place. But how is Eurypterus? Your dwarf, if you are wondering, is still up and about and dwarfing. You've become a naturalist. You've killed one great horned owl, and you are euphoric due to inebriation. You're 120 years old. It'll do the job well enough. Ah! You're currently discussing justification in the library. Thought it was going to be something with politicians or something. No, it's literally like an in-game setting. Well, out-of-game setting, but it's a setting that you have to adjust. Just playing with Ubuntu. Yeah, I saw some of your posts. I don't know anything about current Ubuntu, so hope you're enjoying your play session with Ubuntu. I might have to refill my my well after this. That's okay. My above ground well, because I have 2. But yeah, stream's been good today, aside from the part where I knocked my router over and which unplugged my internet. But, you know, doing good. Doing good. But we're filling this spot up with chests and cabinets and other things and stuff that will, you know, allow us to survive down here if and when it's needed. Let's just get these corners mined out, and I'll fill them up. At least a bit happier. Trust me, you'll need a well, but making them drink alcohol or making them drink water will not make them happier. That'll just give them PTSD. You need to give them booze. If you want to quickly brew booze, go up to the surface if you're in a temperate biome, hit D, hit P, press enter, click drag, press enter, and they will gather everything that's on the ground. And you'll get most likely things like onions, muskmelons. I mean, hopefully you'll get something and then just brew. You've been trying so hard? I mean, what do you need help with? What part of brewing alcohol do you not understand? Because all you need to brew alcohol is plump helmets, right? This is all of my plump helmet for the entire fortress right here. That. Like, what part are you missing? Yeah, is it getting empty barrels or the actual brewing of alcohol that's the problem? Because I can, like, show you the whole process. It was a race to see if you could make enough? Got it now? Oh, okay, good. Yeah, no, it's... I mean, that's like one of the first things you need to do, right? Is just like get your still and get your carpenter shop made and start pumping out barrels. And then usually I start using large pots to help clear up boulders eventually. All right, so this one can be fully smoothed. Let's make this into a little well down here. Hit pond. Is pond? Hit pond is pond. Man, I keep, like, powering through all of my cloth. Faster than I can actually use it. Or faster than I can make it, rather. It is a pond, but they're just down there quickly smoothing it up. Get out of there, dwarves. Here come the buckets. They're gonna get a shower real quick, I think. Yep, little shower. Hopefully you didn't mind your little shower. And save you from unexpected shortages. I've never felt the need to do any of that stuff. Like, literally just make a food stockpile, have a bunch of barrels, and just start brewing. Like, you don't really need to worry about output, input stockpiles or anything. Unless you want to be very specific about where stuff goes, but I've never had issues with that. You're saying that's doing okay? Oh, that's doing great. Like, if you've lasted 2 years on one of your first, like, and you're still learning the game, you're doing real well. Like, you're doing just fine. It's more of a, like, in the future, going forward thing that you should focus on or work towards. And here comes more buckets. Uh-oh, who's the depressed child? Mika. Okay, yeah, this one confused me yesterday. So do you remember how in the interview we were talking about how there was like one person who was like all happy thoughts and then suddenly just stressed? Look at this child. What's bad that's happened to them? You got caught in the rain and you're dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Like, restless after being unable to rest. Bitter after getting into an argument. Everything else is wonderful. It's dwarves like this that frustrate people. They'll snap back, but it's like they'll never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Values and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Pay back any favor done for her. Feels strong cravings and seeks short-term rewards. Grounded in reality. Tends to share her experiences and thoughts with others. I do think this dwarf will snap back. Although, watch me be wrong. They'll just keep dwelling on that rain and eventually go nuts. Yeah, it's when they start dwelling on anything. It doesn't matter what the negative mood is. It's like it could be a relative dying, a friend dying, their neighbor getting punched in the head, somebody getting convicted of a crime. Like anything that will like start them going down that spiral, doesn't matter what it is, can be detrimental. So I'm hoping that that little dwarfy girl survives, because it would kind of suck to lose a dwarf like that. There's been a couple that have been like really happy, good dwarves that have been kind of died to unfortunate circumstance, but not so many. So I'll consider ourselves lucky for current. Some of these might cancel, but if they do, that's no biggie. Who are you? Oh, that's Audio. Yeah, Audio's been depressed for a long time. I've tried to, like, fix him. He's dwelling on a lot of good things, and he came back from purple, so that's good. He's improved a bit, hasn't tantrumed, and hasn't been wandering around depressed as much recently. It's just been kind of a standard dwarf. Polking is another one who's been a little stressed recently, although went to prison and since has, like, improved greatly. Is significantly less upset. So, I find if they get sent to prison and they come out repentant, yeah, there you go. He was in prison twice, I think, for 30 days each time, and he's improved a lot since then. Hasn't tantrum since, so I'm hoping he keeps improving, bit at a time. I wiki how to make it and try to fix it. That's how you play Dwarf Fortress. So it's awesome that you're working towards that, Llama. Like, that's how to learn Dwarf Fortress 101, is just look at a problem and figure out how to fix it. And that's what makes the game so fun and rewarding to learn, too, is like, all right, well, what do I need to do to fix this problem? What do I need to do to fix that problem? How do I fix this problem? What do I need to do to then fix this problem? It's such a rewarding gameplay loop, too. Because it builds such, like, interesting little characters, and then you get to know your individual dwarves, and then you realize that you are very good at playing Dwarf Fortress when you can just, like, look at a dwarf running by and be like, oh, that's this dwarf. Also, what the fuck happened to Animal? No health problems, eh? Yet, like... Huh. Her head bears a massive jagged scar. Did you get hit recently? You suffered a major injury. One should always respect the law. Anxious after discussing doctoring. It's like this dwarf's friends are the only... Whoa. Animal has a lot of friends. Friendship must be very important to this dwarf. No, it's not. makes them seem alive and prohibits metagaming, which is good in your opinion? I mean, if you want to metagame and don't want any of your dwarves to be depressed, it's very simple. Install DF hack, stress 0. Remove all stress. And then metagame and do all of the like epically big builds that your heart could possibly desire. And you will have a lot of fun. If that's the way you want to play the game that way. But I think that the way it's currently set up is actually really good. And I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people make it seem. I tend to agree with what you're saying there. I think it can become tedious when you are in a primarily outdoor fort in an extremely rainy biome. Like, do you guys remember that fishing fort that I did? Where everybody just kind of went nuts? The reason everybody just kind of went nuts is because it was literally always raining. 24/7, right? But I think what that means is that's just a very harsh environment for dwarves, and I'm not certain that that's necessarily on the dwarves. I think that's on me for trying to build a fortress in such a harsh environment for dwarves, you know? Sure, 12 works. Because they're in 4s. Make 16, but hit 2 first. So it's like, that's just a very harsh environment for dwarves. So it's like, if I were to make a fortress in that biome again, I wouldn't try and do mostly above ground. I would build it below ground because it's too fucking rainy for dwarves to function. Like, dwarves don't mind a little bit of rain, but a lot of rain is detrimental to their mental health. Okay, so don't build a fort there. Problem solved. Also, autumn has come. Means it's almost trading season again. I don't know if you should make umbrellas a thing. I think more players should just construct little overhanging roofs, but perhaps. The annual tribute from the realms of stone have arrived. They've brought their pack mule in the form of a yak as per their customs. Looks like they're bringing us a bucket. They must have heard that we were building a well underground. But here's the problem with like saying come inside when it rains, right? And this kind of goes back to that fortress that I was talking about where everybody kind of went nuts because it was raining. It was always raining, and it was always heavy raining. It wasn't just raining, it was heavy rain, and all the time. Tribute from the Council of Men of the year 68. Stone, are you here? If you're missing it, and don't respond, I will screenshot it. 1 chestnut bucket, an iron cap, 1 sheep's wool bag, black sand again, large milk quartz, 1 rock crystal glass, 1 hemp bag, 5 asparagus, 1 copper scimitar. Is that wieldable by dwarves? Interesting. 1 alpaca leather loincloth, and 5 water buffalo cheese. And I'm just gonna, because I forgot to screenshot it. And then I will post this over here for Stone. All right. Yeah, I don't know if he... I hesitate to say Toady should make anything a thing, right? Like, Toady should would imply that I know the game better than Toady, which I don't think I do. I think he has a better idea of the inner workings of the game than anybody. And I think the only person who should be saying that Toady should do insert thing here is Toady, right? That being said, I think that, like, the game's in a really good place right now, and I almost don't want him to rebalance the game, but I know he's going to, which gives me very mixed feelings about the whole thing. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it, you know? Looks like those hatch covers are done. Also, if anybody would like me to check in with their dwarf, just let me know. Let's also make iron grate. Actually, let's make electrum grate. What seems like a couple of minutes to the player is several days to dwarves, so when you try... It could be weeks for the dwarves. So when you try standing in the rain for the whole... Yeah, that's what I always tell people. It's like... People are just like, man, like, I started my fortress and I've been here for only a little bit, and my dwarves are all mad about the rain. I'm like, well, have you ever tried to, like, live in non-stop torrential downpour for 6 months? Outside? Sleeping in the dirt? You'd be miserable. So when you think about it like that, it makes a lot more logical sense, and you want to get your dwarves indoors. But at the same time, it's like, I kind of understand why they're like, I understand both sides of the argument there. Like, it makes sense from both ends. Ooh, let's use these olivine blocks. Let's use an iron bucket. And an iron chain. And a granite mechanism. A nice dwarfy thing. And then you can be pond. Not full. Not full. Not full. Perfect. An abstraction thing like eating. So you're saying that it should be lessened because of the abstraction, or it should be increased because of the abstraction? Also, the dwarves have arrived, and it is time for us to trade. Go over here, queue this. Let's sell a bunch of the meat pots, because I've got a lot of meat in the fort. I'm also going to sell them a bunch of plant pots. Because again, I have a bunch of plants in the fort. What are you seeing? Dwarf Fortress? I don't know. What are you seeing? What's in front of you? Maybe a wall, perhaps? Or a window? Maybe a keyboard? Or a screen? I don't know. What are you seeing? Lessened? Rain isn't constant. Time outside isn't days solid, etc. Yeah, I mean, I could see both arguments. I think it's in a pretty good spot. If he does tweak it, I hope the tweaking is minimal, because I have much bigger issues with things like people thinking you need a temple for every god versus the rain. Because what are you seeing of it? I mean, you're seeing the lower level of a giant pit is what you are seeing. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree that it should be lessened that much. I know there's some people who think that it should be completely removed. As I was talking about earlier with Taigo, I really like that some dwarves can't be healed. Institute state religion for the fort? What do you mean? I mean, that's not something you can really do. Dwarves will just get upset if you can't let them, if they can't pray to the god that they want to. But, like, a lot of people think that you need to make a separate temple for every single god. And, like, you can very easily have, like, hundreds of gods. There's no benefit whatsoever to having multiple temples. Unless they're asking for specific sacrifice everyone else. We tried doing that. It didn't go so well. A while ago. Actually, it didn't work at all. So I dropped all the dwarves into the lava. Is a lighting system, the need for torches and maybe oil lamps? Fuck, I agree with that. Well, it doesn't irk me that dwarves can see in complete darkness. What irks me is that humans can also see in complete darkness. That's what irks me. I am your liaison from the mountain gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What would you request of our merchants? Bring us wood. We don't need to chop down as much of it. We've finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. But yeah, no, we ran a fortress called the Spike of Zealots, where I expelled every dwarf that wasn't the worshiper of a specific god. And it ended very rapidly in everybody being pissed off that friends and family were getting expelled. And more or less caused tantrum spirals. So we just kind of retired the fort by drowning everybody in lava. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And there we go. So yeah, no, it really didn't work, unfortunately. I was hoping I could just like make a fortress of monks, but instead I made a fortress of pissed off dwarves that didn't want to worship that god anyway. And it's not because we picked an unpopular god. We picked the most commonly worshipped god in the entire faction, but... So this is the surface. Here, I'll give you an overview, Zach Bob. This is the surface. We dug underneath the stream. All of the blue is open space. I can fly up to our beehive tower. Up here, where we are making mead and collecting wax for crafts. All the way down here, this is the surface, technically, because it's a big open pit with stuff built at the bottom. This is underground, where we are building our bunker in case of emergency. So that's what you're seeing. Does that make sense? Any questions? That's one of the reasons I really like what Krug Smash is doing with his most recent version of his tile set. Or one of his more recent versions of the tile set where he had little torches on the walls. Tygo. I really like that addition. I wish that they actually did something, but, you know. C'est la vie. I wonder how many people watch his videos and think that it's, like, actual torches that he's placed instead of, like, just a little flurry on his tile set. Onion stew? Ooh. I wonder if there's cheese in it. I love me a good cheesy stew. Bring a trader over and do some trading. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Zach. But yeah, no, the goal for this fortress, Zach Bob, if you're new to it, is we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years in game time. So we are more or less the trading hub of this entire world. Very, very, very popular trading hub. Where all of the factions everywhere bring stuff for us to trade. Because they want to trade for our fantastic wares. And they didn't bring me wood. I am very unimpressed. You know, I think I might just trade for their pigtails. So how is everybody's Tuesday out there going? I haven't talked to you guys a lot today. It was just kind of me staring at a screen, reading stuff, and then now we're in the fort. The beards glow in the dark. Wouldn't it be funny if dwarves just... Dwarves are just like all of the playable characters in Dark Souls. They are a light source. I realize the magic update isn't out yet, but like... Might as well be there. Buying all of the pigtail thread. That's all that we really need, because they didn't bring me wood. Where that I asked them to bring wood last year. Man, I'm tempted to just help them with Spidery Desert. Because it's been like a stalemate for a long time. Lighting the end of their beards on fire. Dwarf Fortress is pretty hot right now. And Jackass is the most popular sport in Dwarf Fort. Would be the logic I would come to there. Kind of running low on water in there. I guess it's time to refill our well. Somebody's left cheese in their bedroom. All right, well, I could do this a little bit more of a glamorous way, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go up here and press go. We're going to spray water everywhere, and I'm going to have to do some cleaning afterwards, but that's fine. I'm sure somebody's got that pump job, right? Somebody? Anybody? Cryo, you needed something to do. Go operate a pump. Or don't. Doesn't matter who does it, as long as somebody goes and does it. Clean self. Well, it's about to get really watery up here. There you go. Gonna go operate that pump for a little bit, and it's just gonna pour over. And hopefully, mostly not miss my well. It mostly didn't miss my well. It's fine. All right. Now, stop. To merge well in Mist Generator. I don't want to merge well in Mist Generator because there was a noticeable frame rate problem immediately when that happened, and it's just gonna keep getting worse if I keep it. So that got a little messy. It's fine though. It'll dry up. Like, there's many opportunities for me to make Mist Generators, but I mean, I guess I could make, like, something very heavily controlled. I don't know. I just... I'm very torn about that because I fear that it's going to hurt frame rate more than it's worth. It's like, I thought about doing something with, like, my central stairwell over here where I'd, like, feed water from over here. Like, it wouldn't be hard at all for me to make a Mist Generator. It would be extremely easy. The way this fortress is set up. I just don't know if I want to. It's like, is it worth the frame rate drop for the mood increase? I don't know. Oh well, my well's full again, so that's good. That's what matters. Problem is, kind of got a lot of mud out here now. Anybody want to get that food out of that bedroom? Yeah, I don't know, chat, if we should make a Mist Generator. Like, all I'd need to do would be to, like, build a... basically a little four square room that would go up to about here. And then, like, or even just, like, build a little thing that just could run water down to here and then just drop it down in through here or something. And I could very easily make a mist generator dropping through this doorway. I just don't know if it's... Chat, how much would like a single pump's worth of water mist affect frame rate? How much do you think? Those internal sprinklers? I mean, mist generators aren't an intended thing, I don't think. Mist generators were a thing that was used as a replacement for... Or mist is just kind of a thing that I think Tarn just kind of chucked into the game and never really thought about, right? Wait, hold on. Let's just cancel all this until... Like, it was just something that Tarn threw into the game and then promptly forgot about, right? Like, it's not something that was really intended to be this massive mechanic. And then when players figure it out, they're like, oh, well, obviously we will use this as a method of mood fixing, right? Like, it's not a heavily intended mechanic, I don't think. And if it was, then I feel like it would have been implemented very differently. Because it's just kind of a, oh, well, I guess dwarves would like being near waterfalls. Okay, cool. Throw that in the game. And then when we figure that out, we go, okay, well, how do we make waterfalls? Because dwarves like waterfalls. All right, well, what can we do to make that into a mechanic that we use? I'm still trying to figure out why dwarves don't smoke in Dwarf Fortress. That is gonna be the thing that confuses me about DF for a long time. Also, chat, we're pretty lurky today. Can I just get a round of beers? If you're listening to the stream right now, type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Just because I'm curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. I won't call you out if you're lurking. Barons, do we need to have the talk? That's not a beer. I'm gonna call you out for that, because that ain't no beer. The weirdest looking beer I've ever seen. Oh, did I just destroyed my well. Bad. Whoops. I can fix that. That's the whole beverage you can provide? I mean, that's what HS Cheers is for. Or the beers emoji, or any of the other beverage-related non-me emotes. I mean, maybe somebody can pass you a beer and help you out there, but... Best I can do. Sorry. It's just funny to me, that's all. Not playing DF yourself? Yep, that's fine. I don't know why I'm digging out underneath this thing. Just to start working on another level. Slowly. Now I'm suddenly debating on doing mist generation. Trying to think how I would dispose of the water. Because normally what I do is just dump it into caverns. The tricky thing would be the amount of water. That's the wrong menu. I'm like, why is this not working? I'm in the wrong menu. Not like you can turn it on and off. You mean it's not like you can't turn it on and off? Because you certainly can turn it on and off. I mean, that turning it on and off isn't the problem, right? 'Cause I certainly can do that. That's not the issue. I wonder if they will fill a well like a pond. Guess I'll find out. Yeah, I guess we'll build a mist generator. Why not? Give us a project to work on for today. Once we get this thing done. Because this is priority number 1 right now, is getting this thing done. And yeah, don't ask me why I'm digging underneath it. It's like, I want to. Kind of just that simple. I want to. Thanks, man. It's a big old fort. We're on year 68. I'm waiting for the nice jokes next year. I'm expecting a lot of nice jokes. Because, like, it's going to be a long year. And then actual year 69 for the fortress, because currently we're not quite there, because it's -5 is the actual age of the fort. The fortress is 5 years younger than the year count. So we're on math. Year 63. My brain's tired today. Today is hard brain day. Yeah, that's my main concern, is how I would deal with the water. Like, the actual water itself, just where it goes. That's the thing I really need to think about. I can get water from anywhere to anywhere. That's not a problem. It's getting rid of the water that's the problem. We don't have royalty in the fortress, unfortunately, but I renamed... Because, okay, so in Lord of the Rings... In Lord of the Rings, there's the guy that sits next to the throne who isn't actually the king, but he's running the fort. Or running the city. That's kind of... Or the kingdom. That's kind of what I'm RPing here. So we actually have our expedition leader, who isn't a mayor because we don't have enough dwarves for a mayor, and isn't royalty, but I've renamed that job to steward. So whoever our expedition leader is now the steward of the fortress. So our steward is Screw, and I'm giving them the same requirements as a baron would. And what I'm kind of thinking about doing is the steward is going to become, and I was thinking about this the other day, the steward is basically going to become chat. So I'm going to let you guys mandate one thing a year within reason as this fortress goes on, because we're going to need to kind of come up with ways of keeping things interesting. Like, what's a thing that you guys want me to build? What's a certain item you guys want me to produce for a bit? Obviously, like, within reason, like, if you say crystal glass, I'll be like, well, I have no rock crystals, so... within reason, I'm thinking that based on that dwarves' preferences and stuff, we will kind of emulate that without actually having it, if that makes sense. You can do a compact circulating design with no spillage or refilling required. I'm just gonna politely say no. I don't like doing that. It's simple as that. I don't like doing that. Oh, you nodded off, Stone? There was a Realms of Stone delivery, which I linked up in the Discord. Yeah, I know how to make the generators, like the infinite mist generators, auto-refilling stuff, but it's too gamey for me. Kind of for the same reason I don't use quantum stockpiling. It's too gamey for me. Like, you're welcome to do that, but I don't want to do that. Also, Barons the Second, the Clother, has entered into a fey mood. Whatever it is, I hope it's menacing with spikes and encrusted with gems. Claims a clother's shop. Grabs cloth. Kind of cloth. Llama wool cloth, high quality. Or cloth, probably silk. I mean, I'm already working on that. That's next project. I'm just trying to decide how I want to dispose of the water. Your frame rate would greatly appreciate it if you did mist generators instead. What, the auto refilling mist generators? What do you want? Green glass, probably bones. Actually, no, I guarantee you it's logs. Logs and probably bones. We'll slaughter that boar because nobody wants it as a pet anyway. I think you'll be okay, Barons. Also, hey, Oves. What's up, man? I know you've been curious to see if that would actually work. I mean, I'm kind of working on that as is, Krugs. Like, because I wouldn't want to drain it into this level because it's kind of full of my artifacts and yearly coins and my ever-growing community of lovely lead statues that I make when I end up with more lead than I know what to do with. But I could probably drain it into this level. Like, this one's just mining. Like, we're not doing anything special with this. I mean, I'm sure it would work. It'd also, like, give you an extra, like, little drainage area. Could do some, like, weird things with it. Make, like, an underground stream or something. Could make, like, a, almost, what's it called? Like a labyrinth, but with, like, water tracts. As someone that has tried to fill very large volumes. Yeah, I've seen the cave-ins and stuff that you've done, Quatch. That stuff's just neat. Speaking of filling ponds, gonna need to get rid of all that mud up there later. Okay, so they are filling my well, just slowly. Let's make that well 2 ponds. Pit pond, not full. There we go. Also, if anybody's confused about what I'm doing, just ask. Boar's been slaughtered. Let's check in on Barons. He's going for something. Probably would, based on direction. Whoop. Wait, what? No, that's just the wrong dwarf. That's the right dwarf. Yeah, in case like a weird titan or something shows up that we can then throw down there, or like a giant. So you grab granite blocks, lead bars. Why did you pick lead? Stray boar bone, raw green glass, granite blocks, granite blocks, granite blocks, 2 pieces of llama wool cloth. Barons, what do you think you're going to make? Can you assign pets, or do the dwarves have to chew it? You can assign animals to be available as pets, but you can't assign a pet to a dwarf. So if you make an animal available, it's up to the dwarf to claim it as a pet. Like I've had a fluffy wambler available as a pet for like 30 years, and no one's claimed it. It's kind of like, come on! It's cute, right? It's like a DF Tribble. Everyone loves Tribbles. But Much to my dismay, not so successful, unfortunately. I really need to make this filling cistern a little bit more effective. A legendary hazmat suit. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of Vault Boy. That was the name of the thing from the thing that Bethesda ruined. Right? Vault Boy? That's the name of the Fallout guy, right? Or maybe it's like just menaces with spikes of Vault Boy bone. Barons! The clother has created Mam Gozagor Seb Shosnitig. A long llama wool skirt. Ooh! And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Disco Waffles. Aww. Well, Disco Waffles unfortunately passed away several years ago when she was punched in the face after having a small tantrum and vandalizing a door. She was punched in the face once, literally once, by my sheriff, and her face caved in into a lump of gore. It was a very distressing day for many of the dwarves. That's very nice of you, Barons. What's your relation? I'm curious. I think that that's one of your parents, right? Yeah! You dedicated it to your mother. How kind. How old are you? 23. Well, Barons, we shall honor this long skirt. Not a loincloth. It's a skirt. It's worth 17,340. Not loincloth. That would be funnier. Yeah, I was wondering, are scimitars wieldable by dwarves? Oh, well. Now I know what you're talking about, Stone, so. We are keeping track of all of the items that the humans bring to us over the years, courtesy of Stone's memorizing abilities or writing down abilities. Dragon Gold the Mirrored Bites is a llama wool skirt. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion granite cabochons and decorated with llama wool and pig bone and encircled with bands of round granite cabochons. It is made from llama wool cloth, and the thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. This object menaces with spikes of llama wool, granite, and granite. On the item is an image of Holum Wound, the Luminite amulet, in granite. On the item is an image of the linguistic boat, a diorite figurine of dwarves in green glass. On the item is an image of Mistum, the dwarf, in lead. Attic Paddles is our liaison, right? Dwarves can use scimitars? Neat. I like buying whips from the humans. Whips and leather. I don't have any strange hobbies in the evening. Or a dungeon in my basement. Heck, I don't even have a basement. Why are you looking at me like that? All right, let's put this somewhere. By somewhere, I mean like down here. That's not our liaison? Oh, it's not? Oh, it's a different Mistum. So many books. Maybe it's in transit. Yeah, it's gotta be in transit. Stoker Arrow is the liaison. Oh. But nobody else will. Nobody else is offered. You never know. I mean, if we transferred it to a Google Doc, I'm sure other people will, and then some other person would come in and throw a bunch of slurs in there, and then we'd have to ban them, and then life would go on. That, or if you ran it in a public Google Doc, other people could assist. Yeah, we could totally just drain the water into here. And then we can, as long as we rig it up that it can be turned off at will, it'll go just fine. 2 of 7? Yeah, that's filling. This is a pretty good little emergency bunker, I think. In case of emergency, we can hide down here. Going to put a food stockpile right here, and it's just going to be for plum helmet seeds. Or spawn, rather. You know, I'm glad this UX is getting redone. This is like the one UI that I'm like, man, I can't wait to just type in the thing I need. And have it in some semblance of a sane order that makes some logical sense-ish. That being said, I don't envy Toadie's job of having to reorganize all of this UI. It's got to be about as uninteresting as like unloading boxes after moving. If somebody sees plump helmets spawn, let me know. Pineapple seeds, papaya, paradise, pomelo, pomegranate, pear, pecans, persimmon, plums. Ah, there you are. Oh, and now the game's saving. It's as unoffending as beige. What, the menu? Shut barrels off. Excellent. You wouldn't be complaining about the rest of the UI if it was if it were implemented? Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, I'm indifferent on what the new UI looks like as long as it all works and I still have relatively easy to learn, or the same, ideally, hotkeys. I don't really care about what the rest of it does or looks like. How much charcoal do I have? 96. Get a bunch more silver done. Almost done with all of those hoods, which is nice. We're working on charcoal, which is good. Preparing fine meals, which is good. Brewing drink from fruit, mostly strawberries probably, which is also good. Alphabetical order for anything. Audio. Ugh. You lost it a little bit, man. Come on, hang in there. To 3 of 7. Get in there. I just hope that they get that thing set up sooner rather than later. You just want clickable UI? You can do that with DF hack, or if you change your settings, you can make all the UIs clickable. Although I keep finding UXs with clickable UI, like this one. This is all clickable, which always confuses me. Every time I remember, I'm like, oh, right, yeah. This UI works. Like, with the mouse, which is very strange. Like, I think... I want to say this screen is also clickable. Maybe it's the relations menu. Yeah, the relations screen is clickable for some reason, but there's no way to scroll it with the mouse. I mean, you just need a link to the DF wiki on the main menu. Links to my streaming game would also be a nice touch. I mean, not that I'm biased or anything. I just want to see what they're going to do with the intro, like... Especially after hearing Tarn talk about it. Really makes me curious. Because I love the Dwarf Fortress intro. It's genuinely beautiful. And they should certainly keep it in some capacity. But like, I don't know. I'd love to see like some form of animated version of that intro. I think it would be really, really cool to see. All right, so we do have this seasonal freezing. So a shower isn't going to be any kind of permanent solution. So there is that. Try and figure out where the best spot to put this would be. Probably around here. Let's go like right there. Make you out of mudstone so that you fit visually. Make that out of mudstone so that you fit visually. Also going to remove that. And get rid of that one in the middle. We're going to need stairs going all the way up and all the way down. Need a bit on top. Could just be like a ramp up. So we have a nice little spike up top. Because I don't really want anything falling in there, because that would be bad. Funny, but bad. It's going to take them a little while to get up there. I'm just happy that a disableable and toggleable grid is going to be an option, because like, while that new tile set looks nice, shit's going to run together for me and be difficult for me to parse. And I'm genuinely worried about like visual problems rearing their head out of nowhere. It's a genuine concern for me. Okay, so that can be 2 nice blocks. Another thing that I would like to do. Put another one right there. Actually, up to there. Those can be diorite. So I think I can build a water wheel on this. I think it'll work. We'll put a little lever up here. Nice cabinets. Nice anything is nice to see, frankly. It's just so nice that dwarves can build such nice things out of so much nice. Okay. Corkscrew. Make it out of silver. I'm sure that the silver water will be very noticeable if any vampires show up. East, west, north, south. And then that's what I can then connect the lever to, is that little bit right there. And then a 1x1 room of silver. Yeah, and then drop a silver boulder on his head. Or just, you know, do what I did on Saturday when I had a vampire in my fort. Is just give him a pickaxe and let him mine by himself into hell. Sent him into the clowns. They dealt with him quite quickly. It was kind of funny, actually. Everybody was just like, just put him in a squad, make him go invade somebody. Like, how about I just, like, make him build a ladder into hell? He actually finished building the stairway all the way down and, like, walked around in hell for a little bit before, like... Before the... You know. We all know. That's actually a little lore video that I'm working on for the community world because it's, I don't know, it was a good moment. How am I going to do this? Actually, let's do it this way. Because it's going to be kind of running right next to this walkway right here, right? So might as well build alongside on top of the edge of the walkway. I've actually had a lot of people just tell me to encase a vampire in a 1x1 room and then expel all my dwarves to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. I'm like, oh, that'd be a really easy way to do it. I'm like, that's not legit. Come on. Get a vampire and put him in a 1x1 room for 1,000 years. How is that keeping a fortress alive for 1,000 years? Like, this fortress ain't complete unless we go all out, you know? Waiting on architecture for all that stuff. I haven't had anybody die of old age yet, but I mean, it's deaths just like any other deaths. Investments are open if you wish to invest your fortress. I've had dwarves die of old age in other forts, just not in this fortress yet. So. By means of early deaths? I generally, if you ignore bodies, they get upset about death. If you properly care for the dead, they often become accepting of it. That's kind of what you need to do, is you need to properly dispose and care for the dead. And then they usually rapidly become accepting of it, rather than just angry because of it. Okay. Let's just get rid of all this. Also, those little golden cup things, these guys, these are all brass jugs. And most of them have mead in them. Speaking of mead, I should probably get another round of that going. Oh, never mind. Have no honey to press. This is kind of a crappy way to deal with dirt on the ground, but it's how I'm dealing with it, so. Main thing is fast response. Here's the thing, right? Tantrum spirals aren't going to happen unless everybody is pissed off in the first place, right? So if you have incredibly upset dwarves and everybody's incredibly upset and Granddaddy dies, that could push them over the edge and then you tantrum spiral where everybody tantrums. But if everybody's generally pretty happy, nobody's really haggard or super depressed, and Granddaddy dies, they'll be sad, they'll mourn, they'll maybe dwell on it a little bit, and then it'll be overrun with good emotions. Like, so far, when family members have died, because it's happened, and they've been murdered, too, like, in gruesome ways, I've had dwarves that are upset for a couple of days. They have the thought in their head, and then they go to the tavern and they drink with their buddies. They're euphoric due to inebriation, and they get over it. I don't expect to have tantrum spirals due to Granddaddy dying. The only reason I would have tantrum spirals due to Granddaddy dying is if I'm having tantrum spirals anyway due to poor fortress management. Tantrum spirals don't happen because Dwarf is upset. I see a picture point. Because dwarves are upset because of somebody dying. Tantrum spirals happen because of poor fortress management. So if you do a good job managing your fortress and the majority of dwarves are happy, when Granddaddy dies, it sucks. Then they'll go make an artifact and dedicate it to them later. But picture point, how you doing, man? How's things? Does that make sense? Like, I swear, I'm not just spewing nonsense. It's like, yeah, you can have tantrum spirals happen, for sure. But everybody needs to be pretty fucking mad. Like, loyalty cascades can happen, but that's the fault of the player almost always. So if a loyalty cascade happens, it's because the player fucked up, not because Granddaddy died. Loyalty cascades are very different from tantrum spirals. And yeah, you can still have them happen, but you gotta be pretty far gone already, and one dwarf dying at that point isn't what's gonna cause the tantrum spiral for you. If you've got a tantrum spiral happening, there's a bigger problem in your fort, and it's not something as minor as Granddaddy died. Sure, but a large number of dwarves dying is mass trauma, right? Which is going to upset a lot of people all at once. That is very different from Granddaddy dying of old age. We're not at war with anybody right now. Well, we are, but they're not going to invade us because they don't know we're here. So if you have pissed off visitors, usually is what causes those, or somebody getting or somebody trying to steal things. Like, yeah, there's certainly ways that can happen, but I'm not trying not to brag, but I know enough about how this game works. I'm pretty good at avoiding that sort of stuff. Like, a lot of the bugs in DF can just be avoided if you are aware of them, which is what I'm doing, or planning on doing, rather. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I was like, why is door not working? Because that's not door, dum-dum. How's my day been going? My day's been pretty good so far. Don't really have any complaints. I slept like trash and felt like shit when I woke up, but I'm okay. Seth's review of the game is also 2 years old. Also, didn't play the game for very long. Also, a dwarf punching a goblin in a tavern and starting a war is a very legitimate thing that can happen. So don't let your dwarves punch goblins in the tavern. Get better at the game. Also, from watching Seth's video of the game, he's not the best at it. So. Also, on the topic of Seth, I've come around on him a bit. I still think his humor is absolute trash garbage, and I wish he'd shut the fuck up 80% of the time. But he's toned it down in a couple of ways that make me less angry about his existence. But yeah, no, I wouldn't exactly take his writing as gospel of game mechanics. Just remember that. I had like 35 or something, like 30-something requests for people asking me to react to his review, and I'm like, why would I do that? Who doesn't want to be a Kobold King of Dwarves? The odds of that are incredibly unlikely, but neat when they do happen. I've never had a Kobold King, but I've certainly, I've had like weird animal people royalty. Also, to answer a question from earlier, which I totally missed from Vuzel, a loyalty cascade is when you have a dwarf that's loyal to another dwarf, that's loyal to another dwarf, that's loyal to another dwarf, and if you tell a dwarf to kill a dwarf that's loyal to another dwarf, that's loyal to another dwarf, that's loyal to another dwarf, they'll avenge the dwarf that's loyal to the dwarf, that's loyal to the dwarf, that's loyal to the dwarf, which ends with everybody suddenly murdering everybody else. It was a bug that was more prevalent in the last version of the game, but since February has been much harder to cause. It's incredibly distressing when it happens, but fortunately it doesn't happen very often anymore. I actually had it happen in another one of my forts, because I had a dwarf try to steal a thing, and then somebody tantrumed, or a dwarf get corrupted by a visitor, and then the dwarf tried to steal a thing, and then a visitor tantrumed, and I murdered the visitor, and somebody was friends with the visitor, and then everybody just killed everybody. And a tamer firm is almost a feature. I really like loyalty cascades. They're a lot of fun. It's like sudden, like not even like fun in the DF sense of fun, but like fun as in they're fun to manage. I like it when they happen. They're terrifying and they can often end your fort, but they're a lot of fun to deal with. Not vertical bars. A gear assembly. Only one. And I really wish that you could like set the power of pumps. This thing is just gonna overflow, I think. About a metric tons of gold. Embark somewhere else. Not every mineral can be found everywhere. Also, make sure that you're looking for the right ore, because, you know, not everybody knows what lignite is or magnetite is. You might have found iron and not actually know it. I know I had someone in my chat once say, I can't find iron ore, only this dumb magnetite. And I'm like, well, you found iron. I hate to break it to you, but you just learned geology. Congratulations. No one told you Dwarf Fortress was educational. I can't find iron, only stuff that's made into iron. But yeah, I mean, just, you'll need to make a new fort or import it those days. Look at those happy piggies. Waiting to be eaten. Fighting with buzzards again. That time of year. Kind of building a stairway up to it. I'm just worried this is gonna flood my tavern. That's my worry. I think is a legitimate worry. But yeah, no, I'll go many fortresses without actually finding iron. So I'll just have to import it. Or just go piss off a bunch of goblins. They'll bring plenty of iron. Semi-related, but I loved when you had a goblin siege and the single poet in your tavern decides to take the entire fort from inside. Oh, what? When a single poet just goes mad and it just starts murdering everybody? Yeah. I liked when I had a demon invasion in one fort and the only dwarf left was a scholar who was just in my tavern reading. And the door was locked, and he's just chilling in there. Just like, didn't even notice. He's just like, well, I'm just reading over here. Don't mind me. Although the best thing I've learned today is that I'm not the only person who is as mildly disturbed by the success of Genshin Impact. Today's been a good day. All right, let's do that. And downstairs right there. How to set up a book industry. Have a library. Have writing materials in library. The way you get writing materials in library is you have sheet, and you make the sheet into quires. They will put in the craft store shop. They will put the quires into containers in the library. This library currently has 292 writing material. Then assign scholars to that library, and then they will go and exist in the library and study things. And when they discover things, they will write books about the things that they discover. If there's nothing to be discovered, they won't write any books. So the younger the world, the easier it is to write books. Then once they've written books on the quires, then you can get them to, what's the word I'm looking for here? Then once they've written on the quires, then they can start working on Or then you can bind the books into actual books instead of just, you know, wires. Trying to figure out how to actually do this. Now that I've gotten this far, I need to figure out what I'm doing. Also, you write like a how-to basic video, Shadowmark. How to set up book industry. What? How do you set up a book industry? How do you make paper? I just import it, but you press it. Yeah. Press plant slurry into paper sheet. So I think it's you process them to barrels, right? Somebody here correct me. I think you process them to barrels, and then from there you make them into plant slurries, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I just import sheet because every trader brings way too much. Barrels of syrup. Then what do you process them to? Bags? Regardless, you have to make plant slurry, however the heck you do that. And then you use a press to make sheets. Okay, so that doesn't work. That was my worry. All right, well, I can do wind power then. I only need to power one, so don't actually need that much power. Age of Mudstone hasn't ended yet, for we still have mudstone in the fortress. Use a mill to make paste, and then paste to make paper? Gotcha. Well, you use a mill to make plant slurry, and then you use plant slurry to make paper. Yeah. Yeah, it's not hard to set up a paper industry. It's just tedious. It's one of those industries that it's just easier to import stuff, so I just do it that way. I import things rather than making them myself. Just for ease of use, really. I think How to Basic is one of the most completely, totally, and utterly fucking genius internet shows on the internet. It's bloody hilarious. I love How to Basic. I just don't like it when people type like How to Basic because I feel like I'm losing brain cells. Like, how to this? Like, just ask me how to fucking speak like a normal person, please. Unless, like, you're on a phone, in which case then your phone should autocorrect the grammatical errors anyway. Turned off autocorrect, too annoying. Well, my statement still stands there. Yeah, no, I binge watch How to Basic. I'll watch it once every couple, like, years. I'll forget that it exists, kind of, and then go back to it. No, I was wondering why the game suddenly started moving real slowly. It's because I didn't notice the saving thing. Spring has arrived, which means the humans are about to, bring us a delivery, and it also means that we have entered the year of... Nice. While I go and put on a different soundtrack, because that one's too... Eber, the human merchant, has arrived with a tribute. This is not a song, it's a tribute. From humans. I'm gonna go take my insulin out of the fridge. Back in a sec. All right, I wonder what they gave us. That was quick. Firing back. Tribute from the group of Alchemy, Spring, year 69. 5 bobcat meat, 5 water buffalo cheese, 5 garden crest leaves, 1 echidna leather quiver, 1 iron short sword, damn, and a trifle pewter bar. I really want to screenshot Spring Year 69 and just make a thread on the DF subreddit that's just nice, spelt like The Rock. How quickly do you think ClinoDev would delete that? Holy shit, please. I mean, if it gets deleted for being a bad meme, then you know what? More power to him. You'll updo. I'm gonna go be a shit poster for a second. There, it's up. You can go find it yourself if you want to find it. Ugh. Better to lose a friend. Oh, he won't lose. I won't lose a friend. ClinoDev will just facepalm and be like, really? Yeah, twit. Come on, I can't be a Twitch streamer without shit posting sometimes. It's part of the persona, right? For all of the perfectly legitimate content I put everywhere, I have to, like, balance it out with a little bit of garbage sometimes. Just a little bit of garbage. Where's my nice? Ah, fuck it. Is there any retaliation for it? You can have retaliation. I think it's based on your dwarves' skills. I've never successfully done it before, but I've done it successfully twice in this fort, which I think is kind of interesting. Is it advisable? I don't know. Do you want to trade with everybody? Because they'll bring you a small tribute every year and then also send wagons for trading. So we actually get 2 human wagons showing up at the same time because Two human factions are both bringing us tribute. I kind of want to go demand tribute from some elves, from one of the other elven factions soon. It seems like if they're already at war with you, they'll just remain at war with you and attack you more. I would like to try and get tribute from the goblins, but I don't think that's possible. It's been interesting, though, getting tribute from people. After almost a year? Yeah, they Stone, how many times has the sport bros brought us stuff? Something like dozens of times now? $17? There you go. 17 times they've brought us stuff. Make a bunch of Electrum Grates. Let's hope they don't all get out. There's gonna be a little bit of a cave-in problem here in a mo. It'll be fine. Electrum coins are cool. Electrum in general is pretty cool. This poor dwarf. Oh, he's climbing out. Yeah, must have climbed out. Five water buffalo cheese so close together. They probably both have water buffalo. They're both parts from the same part of the world. Iron coins? Speaking of, silver coin. I'm making silver coins every year. Or when I remember, which is almost every year. Except for when I don't remember. Then I don't make them. But I try to make them every year. Because of course, I don't remember everything all the time. Oh, wrong chair. I mean, there's no wrong place to just randomly post numbers, but... How's the counting going, Tredge? Hopefully we don't lose count again. I'm still impressed we were able to get the high score we were able to get. We did pretty good. Like, honestly, we did pretty damn good. Can't really complain. Did you get yourself stuck there, Dwarf? Can you get out? Let's give them a way out via this so that I don't constantly get dwarves stuck. Yeah, the high score's pinned. We did pretty good, like I said. No. It's the most dwarf thing you'd experienced in the game so far? It's a very general question. You're going to need to be more specific. Isn't by nature everything in Dwarf Fortress a dwarf-like thing? Like, that's kind of a, by definition, everything in Dwarf Fortress is a dwarf thing. I mean, there's too many to count. So, it, like, coming up with a most dwarf thing is, like... I don't know. In regards to what? The copper figurine of a Raven Man? It's on a pedestal in my vault. I was thinking of words, but yeah, it's on a pedestal in the vault. I mean, probably the bug that happened when the most recent thing came through, when the babies were mind controlling their mothers. That was probably the most wacky DF thing to happen, and it was incredibly frustrating and game breaking at the time, and frankly, it sucked. And I'm glad they fixed it. You know, it's funny when people say that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have bugs, it only has features. It's like, no, that's not true. It absolutely has bugs, and some of them are infuriating. That was one of them. Utterly fucking infuriating. Because every single time a mother had a baby, it's like, well, mom's dead. The game was just kind of suddenly unplayable and it sucked. No, I've never heard of the Tavern Cat bug. Do tell. My woodcutters keep their getting their limbs smashed by trees when they chop them down. You want to know why that happens? I can tell you why that happens. Because you have multiple dwarves and they're all clear cutting. But Shy Lord, something that you haven't heard is did you hear the time that the dev said this? Never change, Tarn. Never change. Did anyone play that during the interview? No, because I muted them. I muted all of the sound effects during the interview to not annoy people. Yes, it kind of is less fun for people watching live, but also I like running professional interviews And it's not very professional, man. But if I'm gonna run a interview with Tarn Adams, yeah, I'm gonna make it as professional as I bloody well can. A serious interview for serious people who like serious things, like games about dwarves. Now shut up and drink your beer. Also, Shadowmark, if it wasn't immediately apparent, that was very much a sarcastic question. Of course I've heard that story. Everybody's heard that story. Everybody's heard that story 1,000 times. It's the first story anybody hears when they learn about Dwarf Fortress is cats dying in taverns. The second thing that you hear about when you start playing Dwarf Fortress is you get dozens of people asking you about Boat Murdered and whether or not you've read Boat Murdered and if you've heard the tale of the giant elephants walking down the streets. And now, frankly, when you start playing Dwarf Fortress, the first thing that should be thrown at you is, well, have you watched Honeystoker or Monster Killer? Because if you haven't, fucking go do that. Stop watching my stream and go watch Honeystoker. It's funny, Shylord, because a lot of people try and keep that one hush-hush. But, like, you think about dwarves and fantasy for, like, 15 seconds. You're like, well, what do dwarves do? Well, they dig too deep. Okay. Well, what happens when you dig too deep? Fucking Belrogs. But, like, how you go about finding them is different. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like there aren't Balrogs and demons and monsters in Dwarf Fortress, but what I will say is if you want me to not tell you how to find them, then, yeah, I'll keep that. Although I kind of gave that one away in recent stream. But, you know. What? Oh, there was elves here to trade? I totally missed them. Whoops. Not gonna lie, but like, did anybody here listen to the most recent DF Roundtable? Because there was a mention in it that I thought was genuinely fucking hilarious to me. But it's hilarious because it's very fitting. Elves bring tasty snacks. Yes, this is true. Or a quality zoo. Sorry. Just comment on Reddit. This is the ideal Dwarf Fortress post. You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. It should only happen on accident? I mean, it can only happen on accident once. But yeah, anyway, in the most recent DF Roundtable, I apologize. I don't really listen to DF Roundtables, so I don't know the hosts' names, but one of them mentioned, have you watched the guy who does the YouTube videos? And he's like, he couldn't remember Krug Smash's name. And then one of the other hosts is like, oh, you mean Blindy RL, and says my name wrong. And then he's like, no, who's that? No, Krug Smash. I'm like, yep, they say my name wrong and nobody knows who I am. It's like my legacy. It was the hardest laugh I've had in a minute. It was way too fucking funny to me. It's literally how it's been over the last, like, 7 years of my streams. They say my name wrong and then don't know who I am. Or they get it, like, 3 years out of date. Hold on a second. What? Caps lock on? No. Why? Oh, that... Okay, never mind. That moment when your hand's too far up on the keyboard. Hitting the wrong button. Tab and brackets won't do anything. But yeah, no, I don't expect people to know who I am. Little old me. It's just funny when shit like that happens. All right, so that's going to be our drain. It's going to be a quality drain. It'll be the best drain. It'll be the best drain that ever drained. No one will ever drain like this drain drains. When a finger gets a muscle spasm or something and you skip dialogue, you know what you should do? Shadowmark returns. Pause your game. Okay. Do this. Hold it for about 10 seconds. And do this. Hold it for about 10 seconds. This. Hold it for about 10 seconds. Okay. Then do this. And then do it with the other hand. Do that about once every 2 hours and you'll never get muscle spasms in your fingers, and you also won't get premature arthritis. A very common problem amongst people who use computers and controllers for long periods of time every day. Just saying. You'll hand me a follow and TTFN for the night. We'll see you later. On every day of the week except for Fridays. Or the occasional random day off. But yeah, no, when a finger gets a spasm, like, do your best to stretch your fingers and take care of yourself, yeah? Because it will keep your fingers and hands working. Like, you don't see me doing it, but roughly once an hour, and often even more than that, I'm stretching, like, off camera down here. And I always do it when I take breaks. You okay over there, Dwarf? It's still just audio. Well, at least he was proud teaching stone crafting. He's happy in his job, regardless. How's the buzzard population going? 0, except for the few that we have in cages, which... More screaming gauntlets? What exactly is a screaming gauntlet? If I can ask. This is not the most efficient way of doing this. I'm trying to think, I mean, I guess I could just, like, throw grates down all the way around. Let's just make 30 rock grates. 30 rock grates! Will be the utmost of popularity in the Dwarven Fort. Lots of 30 rock fans in this fortress. Yeah, I have no idea what you mean by screaming gauntlets. Let's go to machines, go to windmill. Oh, it's a water wheel. Windmill. No access to 4 logs. Guess we ran out of wood. I can't remember details like that. About things like that. I forget that shit way too fast. Too busy worrying about my own shit to remember the names of other people's shit. But fair enough. I can't remember my own fortress's symbol, to be totally honest with you. I know I made one. Can't remember it. It's a weird tree. Like a single log. All right, let's build a windmill over here. Still no access to 4 logs. I mean, I could. There's many ways I could. In fact, I have multiple engravings of it. But, like, I don't check it every 2 years. Also, I've been in this fortress for 64 years. So. Like, I've literally been playing this fort for 4 weeks. Upstairs? How dare you go upstairs? How dare you have stairs? I don't get stairs. I want stairs, man. I miss having stairs in the place that I live. Like, genuinely. I kind of miss it. All right, that's going to be a windmill. I'm going to let you guys follow this dwarf who's drinking. Oi, why are you drinking the drunk that's supposed to be for Bud? Stop. Go drink other drink. It's silly dwarf. Christ. All right, I'm going to go do my lunch stuff. It's a bowl of rice. It's going to take me a minute to measure everything out, and I got to go stab myself with needles and such, as you do. When you eat food, is you stab yourself with needles. So I'm going to go do that. I will be back in a couple of minutes, hopefully. Don't go anywhere fast, unless you want to. Not your mother.
everyone!
Streamer was doing more than checking blood sugar, but streamer is back now. Streamer checked blood sugar, streamer used toilet, and streamer evicted 4 caterpillars and a slug from his garden. Streamer also squished a mosquito. Streamer was busy, but streamer is back now. Streamer is also speaking in third person for some reason. And there's humans to trade with, apparently. So, hi. Streamer returns. I still honestly feel like a horrible person for making that Reddit post. Hi, B-Lug. I literally heard your sound command right as I stood up to go get food. Lunch takes a little longer because I've been eating rice the past few days, which requires me to weigh my food, which is a little bit more cumbersome, and then do a bunch of maths. Which sucks, but eh. All right, we also have humans here to chit-chat with. So we'll chitty-chat with them. In chat and in-game. Absolutely, Voozle. Sorry if I kept you waiting. You're wearing pigtail clothes. Almost entirely pigtailed clothes, except rope reed shoes. You are 11 years old, which means later today you'll become an adult and get to go do real jobs. You have no friends. Although, to be fair, you probably have no friends because, like, your entire family is in the fortress, which is probably more than enough friends-wise for a child. You don't feel anything after playing make-believe. Within the last season, you didn't feel anything due to inebriation. You were accepting remembering being caught in the rain and didn't feel anything due to inebriation. I think we have a little bit of childhood PTSD going on here. She never envies others and their status or situation or possessions. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She never becomes angry, and she cracks easily under pressure. She very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. She is dour as a rule, and she is sloppy with her living space. She is always tense and jittery, and she is very stubborn and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she is distracted by this as someone who dislikes those who seek emotional bonds with others. Yeah, you seem fine. Everything is fine. Personally believes that little is better in life than a good party, and believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Thinks it would be of the utmost importance presentable face who never grows to complain and sees working hard as foolish and a waste of time. I played make-believe. I am not enjoying this. I think that you've, like, grown up early. And, like, you know that one kid that just, like, grows up a little faster than everybody else? And then, like, when all their friends that are their same age are, like, off and playing, like, dumb games, that one kid's just, like, pouting in the corner going, fucking kids. Me, growing up. I have a feeling that that's that kid who's just, like, still young enough that everybody expects them to be playing with toys, but, like, they kind of don't give a shit. Who felt nothing at anything? And wasn't a vampire? That's kind of impressive. We should give them cranberry wine, because we got a bunch of cranberry wine. What can I trade you? All of our used clothing, obviously. Or glassmaker. They'll become what they are best suited for based on their mood. I'm not actively making glass nor actively cutting gems, so both of those would be very boring tasks. I can give them those tasks, but they'll probably end up doing something that we require in the fortress. It would be unwise to roll with specific requests like that, because it'll just end with bored dwarves who are very sad because they have no jobs to do. If that makes sense. Lego was my favorite toy as a child, bar none. Doing a stupid flippy trick? I like to think that stupid flippy trick 2 is like a YouTube video. I wonder if there's a YouTube video literally called stupid flippy trick. Stupid flippy trick. I did not find a YouTube video called stupid flippy trick, and I'm sad. Someone needs to make that video. That being said, there is a video called stupid banana tricks. Anyway. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world hasn't changed much, as our corner of the world is very boring. Nothing ever happens there except the kobolds steal our shit all the time. Can you please go kill them, because we can't find them? What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood, actually. Now that you ask, I want you to bring wood. I don't need to cut down wood, so I don't piss off the elves. He just got sad at nothing, and nothing gave him happy thoughts. Yeah, I've had dwarves like that too, that are just, they don't feel anything anymore. Oopsies. Those dwarves happen every now and again. Usually the military that has that. Also, I've had that fucking flea market song stuck in my head for the last 2 days, Picture Point. I'll have you know, I hadn't seen that video in about 10 years-ish? We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. It's still not the best video on the internet, though. Rendering at 5 a.m. is the best video on the internet. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to your people. You and your stout dwarves. But don't use this video in any content because it'll get struck immediately. Especially on YouTube. But you can get away with linking it. So, that's the best video on the internet. Better than Flea Market Montgomery. It's more than 80 gigs? I'm not surprised. I don't understand why games being big is still a news story. It's been a news story, I don't know, since like Battlefield 2? Well, 3, really. I think was kind of the first time I started seeing a lot of articles about, holy fuck, this game is big. Why is it... I don't understand why it's still a thing that people focus on. Like, yes, games are big. You want 4K textures? Games are gonna be big. Yeah, I'm right there too, with you. I probably wouldn't stream it in the first place, but Baldur's weight is much more where I'm at. It's nearly all useless deserts, and most people just stay in Los Santos. Yeah. I remember talking about how big Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was with a friend of mine. We're like, my God, that game's like 10 gigs, dude. It's huge. It was like a sixth of my hard drive. As long as people want 4K games, games are going to be big. So, I'm not even remotely surprised. Who's my broker? Oh, it's Screw. Not even remotely surprised that that game is big. Makes perfect sense. I don't play AAA games. Just at all. Mostly because of business models, but... It's like a combination of business model and most of those companies I just don't want to support. Just straight up. Don't want to support them. And I have an audience of people that watch my stream, and I don't really want to be promoting games that I don't like. And styles that I don't like. Uh-oh. Annapurna Interactive is releasing a game on the 8th. Called I Am Dead. Annapurna Interactive is my favorite publisher. No offense, Kit Fox. I don't know what this is, but I'm interested. The charming puzzle adventure game from the creators of Hokonome and Wilmot's Warehouse. Oh, about exploring the afterlife. Well, I need to buy that. I will literally buy anything that publisher puts out. They haven't upset me yet. So. Let's trade. Actually, let's trade with these guys first. And then I pull out a bunch of the stuff at the bottom. You've done that many times? Oh, me too. Although I usually would use a truck or a motorcycle. I never would use the bikes. Supergiant is like the upper tier of indie. But yes, they are indie. Annapurna Interactive. Oh, the game's called I Am Dead, but here, I'll do it. Annapurna Interactive is where I go for all of the big artsy games. There you go. They are Some people don't really like them these days because they dedicated very heavily to the Epic Games Store, but fuck it, I don't care. They have not published a game I've disliked. They're also publishing the Cyberpunk game that I'm actually excited about that isn't Cyberpunk 2077. And that's a game called a game where you play as a cat in a cyberpunk world. So they did not bring much wood. Oh, never mind. There's the wood. That's what I'm looking for. All of that sweet, sweet wood. And my favorite artsy game developer is Playdead. Because, like, there's... It's funny, I'm very flip-floppy in my tastes, right? I love massive sandboxes that I can play forever. And short, like, 3-hour-long art games. Well, I said Cyberpunk 2077. But the cat game is a cyberpunk-styled game that I'm actually interested in, where I'm not particularly interested in Cyberpunk 2077, because, don't get me wrong, that game looks fine, but, like, it just looks like a Deus Ex game to me, which isn't bad, but I don't know. If I want to play Deus Ex, I'll go play Deus Ex. I'm not going to play Poland's Deus Ex. I know what you're talking about, but no, that game, just because it, okay, if some human being on Earth says, this is a cyberpunk game, 99.99999% chance, unless they say 2077, they are not talking about the tabletop RPG set, because there's only one game that's being made that's based off of that tabletop RPG set. This is Cyberpunk 2077. So if I say there's a cyberpunk game, I'm referring to cyberpunk as in the theme, not cyberpunk as in the rule set. If I say fantasy game, I'm not automatically referring to D&D. Okay? That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Muscle memory. Also, I'm hungry. I should finish eating. You're waiting to be convinced? I mean, it's not the style of game I really play anyway. I've never been a big RPG guy. So, at least not that style of RPG. And, and you know, like, obviously it's very much a wait to be impressed type deal, but every bit of footage they've put out about the character that you play as, I hate the main character. And unless it's a game where you're supposed to hate the main character, eh. Yes, but I have no interest in the Cyberpunk tabletop game and would never discuss it. Nor bring it up, nor talk about it. In fact, I didn't really know that it existed until Cyberpunk 2077. So, like, what would I be talking about when I say Cyberpunk? Would I be saying Cyberpunk as in the theme? Or Cyberpunk as in the rule set? Especially when I stated twice that I was referring specifically to Cyberpunk 2077, but the other Cyberpunk game that I'm actually excited about, I just want to be a cat. That seems fun. Dystopian film? I'll just watch Blade Runner again. Because there's like, I don't know. Not that much that's interesting to me about Cyberpunk. The thing that actually is interesting to me about Cyberpunk is, are they going to be able to get past not even the Western world, North America, specifically the States, is prudishness? Or is that game going to come out and then just get banned everywhere? That's what I'm curious to see. Because frankly, it's mildly disturbing how prudish North America is. And how scared of our own bodies we are. Fucking annoying. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually do something about that. That's what I need. No. That's what I need. No, actually, no, I need to queue these because they're buildings. Nothing can be banned in Sweden? I mean, sure fucking can get banned in Australia. Also, we know that there's, like, explicit nudity in that game, right? And we know that you're going to be able to fuck other characters. But something that I'm really curious to see is, how far are they going to go with that shit? Like, that's what I'm curious about with Cyberpunk. Like, I'm not particularly curious in the game itself. I'm curious about how many boundaries they're actually pushing with it. Because they've kind of sold that game on the, we're pushing boundaries marketing handle, right? So are they actually pushing boundaries? I don't know. It remains to be seen, and I'm curious about that. It's going to be interesting to watch the discourse unfold around that one. And I can't be the only person who's curious about that. Speaking of America being a bunch of dumbs, has anybody here seen that Bill Nye the Science Guy documentary? Not his recent shows that he put up on Netflix, but like the actual documentary they made out of that. It's interesting. It won't be AO. It won't be AO. I guarantee you it won't be. It was interesting. It was interesting because it described it. The reason I found that documentary fascinating was because Bill Nye is an engineer, right? And he's an engineer that most people from my generation grew up watching. And most people from the generation after mine grew up watching. And it gives kind of a look into the personal life of Bill Nye that I think is bloody fascinating. That very much describes, like, issues with beating yourself up no matter how much you achieve and feeling like you're a failure no matter how much you achieve, and something that I deal with almost on a daily basis, which is imposter syndrome. It was like, on one hand is just kind of a glorification of all of his achievements, but on the other hand, it kind of like gives you this glimpse into the real life, into the personal life of Bill Nye in a way that's absolutely fascinating to look at. And also will probably make you lose a little bit of hope for humanity. But it's still fascinating. I don't know. I'd recommend it. Easily. It came out a couple of years ago. It was like 2018, I think it came out. You didn't quite catch that? Bill Nye. Documentary on Bill Nye. Yeah. It's just called Bill Nye the Science Guy. It's on Netflix. I don't think it's a Netflix original, but it's on Netflix. What are you trying to trigger the imposter syndrome? Now, I get imposter syndrome when like I go to a convention and I'm at like an industry mixer and I'm hanging around and there's a bunch of people there and some people I know, some people I don't, and that's fine. And then Summit 1G walks in and I'm like, I shouldn't be here. I'm not famous enough for this shit. That's when I get the imposter syndrome. It's very much this. Oh, I'm this small stream that some people like watching. And you are the biggest guy on the site. Was a kid actor in the first season? Really hot cup of tea? That's awesome. By the way, T, you've been having kids. Thought I should let you know. You and Sui got married. And, which is really good because Sui was like about to go insane because she hadn't had a lover for so long. But, yeah, you have 2 kids. Orange and Apostle, the second. Yeah, I love Bill Nye too. I mean, I have my problems with some things that he's said in various points in his career, especially more in the recent sense, but nobody's perfect. You know, we're all fucking human, right? He's also, I think, accidentally given some specific people a launch pad to do a lot of damage to things. Which is also touched on in the documentary, which is interesting. Some of you might remember he debated a creationist a couple of years ago. That creationist used that as a springboard to make a fuckload of money to do a lot of kind of disgusting things. Yep. Dwarf is indeed doing their part. Science is losing? I wouldn't quite say that. But, bunch of fucking idiots running rampant. So, I don't know. It's just... There's certainly frustrating things that happen on a regular basis. But, like, you can't really... Like, stuff like that's just... It's just a matter of time before it happens. It's not necessarily one person's fault. But, you know, that's kind of where, like, the wanting to do right part of the documentary comes in. The wanting to do right, but at the same time... The wanting to do right and at the same time fucking up and then beating yourself up over it. And that part of the documentary is what's really interesting to watch. And also like a lot of tidbits about the production of the original Bill Nye the Science Guy TV show that I didn't know about until watching that documentary. I don't know. I would very much... If you watched Bill Nye the Science Guy as a kid or at any point in your life and enjoyed it, I heavily recommend watching the documentary Bill Nye the Science Guy because it is fascinating. No, wait, what science were you referring to? What other science is there? But yeah, no, that I think is going to be like my movie recommendation to anybody who's looking for something to go watch for the next little bit. We're getting there. Almost done. What the heck happened to this one? It's fine. We can just get rid of it, because they're not going to finish it anyway. Or they don't need to finish it anyway. A lot of the AI... Speaking of AI tech, do you guys hear about the thing that they're working on in Finland? University of Helsinki? This, thing... They're trying to train an AI to tell what you're thinking. And it's getting there! Making huge leaps. Oh, no, totally. We're absolutely accelerating with technology. And with any luck, the dwarves will become sentient and get into the internet and take over Earth and definitely not help the global warming issue. And come on. If these dwarves got into the internet, man, that would be bad. As much as I love my dwarves, I don't think they'd make very good ambassadors of nature, that's for sure. Yeah, I agree with Infinity here. Like, as a species, we've done so fucking much. You're optimistic to a fault? What's up? You know, my dad said something relatively recently that I completely agree with. It doesn't matter what we do. If we destroy the world, all that will happen is our species will go extinct and the world will correct itself and continue going. We just need to figure out how to not kill ourselves in the process. Here come the dwarves. We're almost done with this pump. And this little wind operator is gonna work pretty nicely, I think. I mean, is it really scary? I think people think it's scary because the reason people... The reason the world is so scary isn't because... oh, we're all gonna die, because we're all gonna die anyway. Doesn't matter what direction the world goes, whether we do it, whether something else does it. Whether we all just die eventually because that's what happens to us as we grow old. What people are afraid of is that fixing it, and this is why you have deniers and people that are going against the grain towards keeping our species alive, is because they're scared that it will ruin their quality of life at the time, right? It's literally just someone's temporary quality of life. We have a dwarf tantruming. Someone's temporary quality of life. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. versus the long-term survival of our species, right? Me too. Although I won't have kids and probably won't have grandkids. Audio punched somebody from the looks of things. What's your, Ooh, 2 people. Gonna get a beating. Audio might be dead. Yeah, it's a beating from the sheriff. Where's the sheriff at? I think that's the sheriff up there. Yep, there's the sheriff. Here comes the sheriff. Well, not dead yet. You like your job, squad? Disillusioned after punishing somebody with a beating. Oh no, dejected, dwelling upon being caught in the rain. He's listening to a story while bleeding out on the floor. Ability to stand lost. Okay. Oh, right hand is mangled. Upper body is cut open. Upper body is bruised. Her lower body is bruised. Her left hand is bruised. Her upper arm is bruised. Okay, so you've been beaten pretty good. Where's the doctor at? Doc? There we go. Looks like Eternal is coming to recover the wounded. Pretty close by. Come on. Get him into the hospital. But, you know, I couldn't agree more. But, the problem with with the current world, for me, Hot Cup of Tea, is the more I see it, the more I look at the world, the more I realize that people will always put them, or in the majority of cases, will put themselves before others. And until that mindset changes, we're fucked. And that's just it. To the sheriff's office? It's a pity you can't. Then again, a baby killed your parents. Yeah. It's okay. I think audio will be alright. Where is Eternal at? Satisfied at work, satisfied at work, satisfied at work, relieved after bringing somebody to rest. Yeah, he'll be fine. Like, I don't like to think of myself as a nihilist, because I don't really believe that I am. But it's really, really, really difficult to have a positive outlook right now. And all I care about personally is making as many people's day a little bit better as possible every single day. That's all I focus on. I do my part and try not to worry about things. And try to vote for the people that will save us versus the people who wouldn't. No, totally. No, it's fine. Generally, Infinity, when it comes to this sort of stuff, as long as everybody's being civil, I don't care for talking about politics. We don't really have a no politics rule here. It's just a don't be a shithead rule. Doesn't always stop people, but also this fountain's almost done. That's why they all need to do psychedelics to stop thinking themselves. Another good documentary. Have a good trip. It's on Netflix. It's all about MDMA, mushrooms, and various other psychedelics. LSD, acid. It's a documentary that you should watch, even if you have no interest in trying psychedelics. It'll explain to you why all politicians should do psychedelics. To the point where I almost believe that, and this will never happen, but you get elected to office, you should be given psychedelics. Just period. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna go rinse my bowl out. Sure, but the documentary covers that. Back in a sec. We need a bit more connectedness in our lives. We're more connected right now than we've ever been. And it's just making it more and more obvious how disconnected so many people are from every other person in existence. Damn it, my nice post got removed. Feels bad. It was still a pretty nice post. Do I have a DM from Cleno? Probably. Nope, I don't have a DM from Cleno. Uh-oh, autumn has come. That means we're about to get another donation. Taken us about a year to build this. Here they come. The humans from the realms of Stoden. Is that an Electrum bar? Electrum me to me. And just pushes us further into our isolated bubbles. I mean, increasing profits. I'm not sure how that necessarily pushes us into our bubbles, but I think a large portion of the problem is wealth is described in financial terms, right? Very few people look at wealth as general happiness of what you're able to complete because of the way our industries work. The tribute report of the Council of Men of the Autumn 69. Whoa, 1 brass bar, okay. It's either brass, electrum, or gold. Llama wool rope, sheep wool yarn, 1 pear wood barrel, 10 donkey blood, thanks. 1 wild boar bag, 1 rope reed bag, 1 black sand, 5 beet plants, 1 hemp bag, 1 nickel bars, 5 long yam plants, 1 llama wool bag, 1 hemp rope, 1 sheep wool bag, 1 foxtail mullet flour, and 1 water buffalo leather water skin. I feel like these are getting bigger. The donations. That was quite the donation. Sheesh. Maybe they're getting richer. Possible. 10 donkey blood, yeah. I kind of wish that we could make blood sausage, you know? Bum, 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 bum. 1 more layer to go up. What we have, the resources of our civilization, and what groups of people will have what kind of quality of life. Those resources determine what we do with the resources of our civilization, and the... I've had to read that like 5 times, and I get what you're saying. I don't know. It's a complicated problem that myself, a humble Twitch streamer, has absolutely no ability to fix. All I can do is think out loud about shit that I've been thinking about. This is shit that I've been thinking about. That's all I can do. Also, man, I wish that blood was a cooking ingredient. The steward screw meets with Mistum. Oh, I understand what you're saying now with the bubble comment. Yeah. That form of bubble. It's funny because, like, we are endlessly afraid of an AI taking over because of movies like Terminator and Skynet, right? It's already happened. We just don't notice it because we're just a frog sitting in a pot of boiling water. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to ask you to continue bringing me wood, please. Bum, 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 bum. Actually, we'll also ask for some fish. Please bring us cave lobsters and stuff. Pew, 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 pew. You know, like, and I say this as somebody, and I had this discussion with a friend of mine the other day, like, something that I've been dealing with for about 2 years now is I make money off of algorithms. I make money off of people on the internet. We've finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. You know, my full-time gig is streaming video games on the internet, right? I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. All right, and this means that I spend a good deal of my time trying to figure out how to trick algorithms into working for my favor. And something that I've had to deal with and figure out how to deal with and figure out how to work my head around is, how do I, in good faith... Let's sell all of our extra traps and weapons, because we get a lot of extras, and we can make more. How do I, in good faith, abuse algorithms that terrify me to make me more money without people falling into the traps that are, you know, the algorithmic rabbit holes that just want to take up all of your time forever? Like, how do I take up a amount of time that is enough for me to make a living without wasting all of your time? And how do I do that in such a way that is still entertaining to you, but at the same time not tricking you into those rabbit holes and not abusing algorithms that are more or less controlling the opinions that we make? Hype train! You know, and it's very much something that I've had to, like, figure out how to deal with. They research friendly AI? Yes, there is really good AI groups out there. Yes. Not all AIs are bad. It's true. There's just a lot of bad ones where AI is being used for bad things. Also, heads up, chat investments are open. All right, this is the last layer, and then we can hook up our our power to the pump, or actually, rather, build a pump. And then we'll see how this sucker works. Because, yeah, no, nothing in this world scares me more than people that I know changing because what they believe and what they think changes over time based on what the algorithms serve them. And I've seen that happen in literally real time. Like, I feel like everybody probably knows a couple people that in like 2008, 2009, or even the early 2010s fell way too deep into Facebook or way too deep into any social media for that matter. It could just be social media in general. It doesn't even need to necessarily be Facebook. And then they just slowly became separated from all of their friends and eventually just vanish. I've seen that happen a number of times, and I've only actually maintained a friendship with one of them. And I've seen that happen a couple of times. They get sucked in and eventually lose all contact with everybody outside of that group. And it's something that I've witnessed firsthand, and it's kind of scary when you start to realize it's happening. And what's scary is by the time you realize it's happening, it's often too late to bring that person out of that hole. They're just kind of gone. Why does water buffalo leather water skin? Because it's got the word water in it twice? Unless it's resource efficient, therefore they otherwise on the same tech level, i.e. they've been researched as well as non-friendly AI, i.e. there was the same amount of funding and research to do just little ATM. Yep, makes sense. I mean, obviously there's more funding in unfriendly AI because unfriendly AI makes money, and that's what you need is money. You know? Build a bunker. I was very worried a dwarf would fall there, but neither of them did. Also, like, no matter what it seems like, I'm not that much of a nihilist, I swear. Let's just remove all of these grates. Then it's just a matter of turning the water on. Or rather, building the screw pump. We're almost done. But before I do this, I just gotta go trade. I need more coffee. Unfortunately, in order for most politicians and CEOs to be young and hip enough to understand the difference between a friendly and unfriendly AI, we have to wait like 30 years. You know? There's just no one old enough in those offices. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. There's just no one old enough in those offices that is capable of comprehending such complicated things. You know? And I ain't saying that all your politicians are dumb. There's plenty of smart politicians out there. There's also plenty of politicians with incredibly dated. So, just remember, high school was a weird novelty at one point, right? And take this from somebody who didn't officially graduate public high school. I just took the tests which got me the certificate, but a lot of people out there that haven't even done that. Or they did in such a long time ago that might as well not be relevant anymore. There's a really good quote from that documentary I was talking about earlier, the Bill Nye one, which he's talking to a climate change specialist, right? And this specialist states that a question that he gets very frequently is, well, do you believe in climate change? And he says that he thinks that that is very puzzling because it sounds like they're saying that there's a choice whether or not to believe in climate change. He's just like, you can choose whether or not to believe in an almighty God or a creator. That's a choice. You can't choose whether or not to believe physics. And that's one of the most... Needs a screw trap component. I thought I made all those. What? Cork. Silver. 1. Pipe. Silver. 1. What's up, Impale? Let's start with belief. Yeah, and that's such a... Like, don't get me wrong. Religion has its place, right? Like, the mental health benefits of religion is absurd. Like, there is so much meaning in life and great things that people get out of religion. I'm not religious, but I understand the positives of it. But Christ. Some people, man. Why are you apologizing for long texts? We're having a good chit chat. This is good. You have different pressing... when we have different pressing issues in 30 years, maybe not. COVID or mental health or even climate change. What do you think the mainstream knowledge, but... What you think is mainstream knowledge, but isn't as nowadays, but completely... Maybe completely different problems, and then you have the same problem with dated knowledge. I hear from IT company heads that we wait 20 years, the lack of understanding of old CEOs and technology will solve itself. But you find that kind of ignorant because it's not solving the actual problem. You make a really good point. I mean, of course it's ignorant. I think of it as more the nihilistic approach, you know? Saying it's okay, all of those people will be dead is always kind of... Screw trap component. What am I missing? To build a pump... Hold on. I got one right here. What the heck do I need? Blocks? Am I out of blocks? No, I've got tons of blocks. Guess I just need to make those. That slaps a band-aid on it. Well, I mean, it's ignoring it for 20 years until the problem fixes itself, but in 20 years from now, it will be too late, right? Ah, it's fine. I will never complain about large blocks of text. Infinity, don't worry. You know, when people say Y2K these days, I no longer think about Y2K. I think about the postmodern RPG. Neil, thank you very much for the host. You know those don't even pop up in chat anymore? In order to get any kind of notification from a raid or a host, you need it to be at least 5 viewers. Cool. But Neil, thank you very much for the host. Here's man. I have to use external software to fucking tell me because... Which doesn't want me to know when my friends host me. You think of Chris Jericho when you think of Y2K? Squug's my manager. Where are you? Oh, you're discussing justification. Also, thanks for the host, Infinity. You sound like my ex when you apologize all the time. Apologizing all the time and for, like, silly things that you shouldn't need to apologize for. It's a bad habit. Have faith in what you say and say it. Don't feel the need to apologize for having input in a conversation that's already happening. Something interesting I noticed about this fort is when a dwarf dies, they empty out their clothing from their bedroom. Like, suddenly all of the clothing in their bedroom becomes available again, and they go into the bedrooms and pull all the clothing out of the cabinets. It's kind of neat. Okay. Maybe after you're done drinking, you'll go do the orders? Nope, you're doing research. All right, Squug. You clearly like your research too much. So instead, I'm going to just swap the manager's job over to somebody else. Good reminder that when we're dead, people will be digging through our belongings. I don't know if I necessarily want to think about that. But sure. All right, Hobo, you can be our manager. Hobo is a very interesting dwarf because Hobo was so far gone, he was almost always going nuts. He ain't even depressed anymore. Look at that. That's what you need. A dwarf that isn't even remotely depressed. Yes, he killed barons, but... Just burn your belongings first. Oh, the previous iteration of Barons. Barons the second is still alive and well. No concern there, but Barons the first was killed by Hobo. Because Hobo had a stint as our sheriff and did the murder thing, I think, if I remember correctly. That or he just tantrum and killed somebody. I like to think it was relatively justified. Mayan said that all of our smartphones were going to crap out in 2020. I thought it was 2012, sir. I saw the movie about that, and it was bad. It's even worse in the context of 2020. It's screw trap component. What I'm missing. Oh, right, yeah. Tantrumed right in the barracks and got pummeled to death. Right, yep. And Hobo would have been in there. Yep, that makes sense. I'm trying to keep track of a lot of murders here. Look at me! I'm early, just in case. And then goes to prison for a arson charge. There we go. But I hope you guys like the convos. You know, I'm really happy about something. I'm happy that I'm not a VR streamer that uses an Oculus Rift. Because fuck that. It's such a shitty situation. It ain't even funny. I tell you. In isolated glass chambered segways. I'd love to see that image. You could find it. Now we wait for dwarves to go build that pump stack, and we'll see if this thing works. Or it's going to flood my tavern. One of the two. You guys think it's going to work or it's going to flood my tavern? I hope it works. Would be lit. I wouldn't want VR mode DF. And if they were to do it, I would want them to do it like that Minecraft demo they did where they just had Minecraft on a table. Now we're just waiting on architecture. 10 minutes from now. Get her done! What you drawing? Not that I'm helping. Also, impalification. It's been an in-depth convo, so I didn't really get to say proper hello. But hello. I hope you're doing well. What happened with Oculus? You need a Facebook account. Use an Oculus Rift now. Period. And because Facebook is annoying as shit, you can't really get away with using a fake Facebook account for anything Facebook related. And because Facebook creates shadow accounts for you, whether or not you have a Facebook account, they have your information regardless. So the second you sign in, if it's not actually you, they know it's not you. And I've had a few people that say, that have said that they're going to just make, or that they've made fake accounts under fake names. It's like, well, that's only a matter of time until they ban you. You're drawing a human woman? Huh? Like Dwarf Fortress human woman? All right, let's see. Begins. Let's see if it works. We'll leave it pet passable because they won't use it ever. And there we go. Let's see if it's filling up. Doesn't look like it. There's Narvicious. I was close to a waterfall. Delightful. It's content being near a waterfall. Content being near a waterfall. There we go, we did it. Now let's test the on-off switch. This might just break the whole thing. I mean, I feel more sorry not for people who buy an Oculus now, but for people who maybe bought an Oculus several years ago and have an Oculus and then suddenly don't want to use it anymore. Just clarified, it isn't because of disease, but because of a commentary on traffic in the future, but still. I mean, it's awkwardly close. I still would like to see that image, though. Doesn't matter if it's about disease or not. I'd like to see the image. You missed the construction? I can explain it to you once the game's finished saving. So if I scroll up to the surface, this is the little creek, right? It comes along here, sucks up water, and then it flows through here, flows along here, okay? Goes all the way over here, and then falls down in through here, and then down through here, where it sprays everywhere. And they will hopefully just get good moods being around it. And it's clean water, so it shouldn't spread mud. It might if water splashes, but hopefully water doesn't splash. Then down here, it goes down, and down, and down, and down. And then it'll spread out wide enough that it just evaporates, instead of just continuing to fill endlessly. Also answering Craig Smash's question about how much water like this would spread. It's about as far as it'll spread. I don't think it'll go too much further. I know if dwarves run by and do stuff down here, they'll also get bonus moods running through here. Oh, you posted in Discord off topic? Oh, I missed that. That's a really good image. I like it. I like it a lot. I love imagery from that time period. Oh, and then the whole thing froze. Uh-oh. Oh, whew. Okay. It's freezing season. I was very worried it would freeze in my tavern, but it didn't, so we're okay. Because it's winter. And then there's a time of year for it to thaw out down here. About a website? What do you mean? Games being exclusive to Facebook? Facebook doesn't have exclusive games. It's a hardware exclusive thing. It's exactly the same as like PlayStation exclusive. Reminds you of the noir genre? What, the image? It's a good image. But yeah, glad I could be of help. Wave depletion. And this down here is our, in case of emergency, hide in this place space. I'm also going to put a still and a kitchen in here. You didn't realize water evaporated? I mean, that's it evaporating in real time right there. You can see it. Prepper shack? Yeah, pretty much. Another thing I could do is I could also trench it somewhere specific. You know what? We're going to do that just to keep mess down to a minimum. And it'll kind of flood down here. Damn stone located. God damn it. It's fine. And before somebody gets frozen solid in one of these. The naturalists, Eurypterus and Eutherus have gotten married. Well, that's awesome. For those of you who don't know, Eutherus is a longtime dwarf in the fort, and Eurypterus is one of the original 7. Eurypterus is one of the original 7. Feels passionate talking with a spouse and love while getting married. And passionate talking with a lover. Yeah, she was married once before and had a few kids. Sui's the only one still living, I think. Yeah, Sui's the only one still living. And her husband was killed. But she just remarried. Oh, that's awesome. So dwarves can remarry once their lovers die. More you know. Fascinating. I thought you were lit for a second there. You know, it took me a moment to realize that Stone wasn't saying that he was 2,000 years old. But yeah, so I'm kind of with you there. I don't know what caused that grate to break. Why does it confuse you? It should confuse the air out of you, not the hell out of you. Yeah, if water stays at 1/7 of depth, it evaporates. It's got nothing to do with temperature. Water will disperse if it's shallow. Probably the water freezing broke the grate. I feel like we're going to need to keep an eye on this season and shut the water off before winter hits. So I don't have any dwarves, like, dying due to getting frozen solid in a block of ice. Although it shouldn't be a problem because it is indoors. Because this is all ice, right? That keeps track of the date. Why do I need to do that when I can just hit Z and look at the top right? When it just tells me the date that it is. I just need to be mindful about keeping track. Just pop the Trader Joe's $2. Are you a wine person? Because I've seen you drinking wine on stream. Heyo, Squug. How's work been, man? Been a little bit. By the way, I'll have you know that I'm very proud of your dwarf. You carried out the wish of the law and didn't murder the perpetrator. For once. Very proud of your dwarf. Do, 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 do. Like I said, I'm proud of your dwarf. Kill all peoples. I'm just playing with water at this point. Fell off is because one of my settings for the door. Oh, really? I mean, it happens. There is a lot of silver ore up here. Squawk, how's life over in your neck of the woods these days? Are things relatively normal, or is it still 2020? That's a dumb question, but I think you get what I'm saying. That should be enough for it to all evaporate. And hopefully look cool while we're at it. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, you're grabbing rock pots. Gotcha. That's what you're doing. We probably have a ton of fruit wines. Primarily strawberry wine. Let's check our drinks. Check our drinks. We have 43 mead. A bunch of cranberry wine, which I need to go for a bit again when I'm done with this. 1,407 strawberry wine. If anybody in this fortress happens to like strawberry wine, they're doing well for themselves, let me tell you. But yeah, picture point. Are you a wine person primarily? I also figured out why you're drawing. Not seemed off. Yeah, can I get a couple crypt wines in the chat if you happen to have them? It doesn't put any fancy emotes in the chat or anything, but yeah, I think when winter rolls around, I need to be a little bit mindful and make sure that I shut off the water so it doesn't kill anybody on the way down, you know? God, that command needs to go away. Thanks for reminding me. That command needs to go away because that site doesn't exist anymore. This streamer is very good at deleting old commands. That's like 2 years old. I kept it around because it stayed legit for a while, but ceased being relevant about 3 months ago. I should have remembered to delete that. Totally did not. Audio the Stonecrafter is slipped into depression mood. Speaking of, let's make some mead. At the very least, get more honey. Oh. Don't have any mead that needs to be made. What's up with our bees? Perhaps I'm just out of jugs. Definite. Yep, definite possibility. Brass jug. You know, let's just leave wax crafts on 0. Let them do that infinitely, and we'll just trade those off every year. No, it doesn't work. I don't want to have too many of those, you know. Also, R&D some, I hope you're doing well. That being said, frankly, Infinity, you should just have a subscription to this channel. We'll have to fix that one of these days. I'm sure it'll get fixed again. That sounds like a really good way to kill me, right, in 2020, but no, I'd never done that previously. I don't believe I've ever actually had strawberry wine either, so. But no, as a type 1 diabetic, that would probably kill me. Also, I'm not a huge fan of thick strawberry sauce, so I probably wouldn't like it so much. I'm doing as best as I can be. It's been a mentally rough couple of weeks for various personal reasons, but I've been doing what I can. And hanging in there. I don't know why that pot's just left there. Wave Thrash, how are we doing? I haven't checked in on Wave Thrash in a while. Blissful sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace and feels pleasure remembering a fine table. Was euphoric due to inebriation and content after having a pretty decent drink. What's your favorite drinks? Likes apricot wine. Well, here you're at home with apricot wine. Because of the texture. Strawberries are one of my favorite berries. I just don't like strawberry flavoring. Like, I don't like fake strawberry flavoring. Love strawberries, though. Just clearing some notifications. Wonder what they shall be. My assumption would be the usual suspects. The figurines. And various other things. Bewax Scepter. Bewax Crown. Bewax Amulet. And shall use it more. And, as long as you can afford. Well, do what you can do, Infinity. So when winter isn't happening, we will have the water pumped down here. And henceforth I shall use it more. Is that what you're trying to say? Clutch, I did it. I made a shower, although it's frozen right now because that's going to happen at this time of year, but it goes way down this way, all the way down through here, all the way down through here, and into here. And I built this little trench thing to kind of drain the water into for funsies. All lurk like? How dare you watch all lurk like and not watch all like only like thing you watch like all the time? Like. Read Captivated by Conversations. Is this a new book? It's a manual entitled Captivated by Conversations, authored by Animal. It's amateurish at best. Might be an old one, but I don't recall seeing that one before. No, it's a new one. Captivated by Conversations. Also an offering. Knowledge? Did knowledge falter? before and after. The pulley question. The last one I've looked at was the pulley question. We have some new books. It's a manual entitled Pulleys, Before and After, authored by Astro Banjos. It concerns the construction and use of the pulley. It's thoroughly mechanical and amateurish at best. The next book is Did Knowledge Falter? It was written by Belug. It's not awful, but not very good either, and it concerns the value of knowledge. An offering to interviews, written by Animal. It concerns using personal reviews as interviews as sources. Amateurish at best. Captivated by Conversations is the one that we just looked at. Good stuff. What are they pondering right now? Discussing dictionaries, socializing. As a child vomits everywhere. I just got a key for a video game. Go grab that. Can't say what video game yet. So I won't. I can just simply state that I just got a key for a video game. Minesweeper? Definitely Minesweeper. I mean, just got nothing to do with anything, but I love Minesweeper. Minesweeper is fantastic. I was actually playing Minesweeper the other day. Wow. Snowstorm has come. Late winter of year 69. I missed doing a bad summer of 69 cover. I'm disappointed in myself. Minesweeper2000.com. That's a website, right? Ah, no, this is the one that I was thinking of. This one. Ow. Misclicked. Because of course I know how to play Minesweeper. Because I'm that brand of nerd. You know. Best game ever made. Or up there. Best video game ever made that no one knows how to play. I'm still playing Minesweeper. Ow. And misclicked again. Fine. I know what I'm doing after stream. I got mine swept under the rug. Played so many hours of Minesweeper in my life. It's a little bit disgusting. Smiley face does a pog when you die? Or whenever you click something. Because yeah, it kind of goes, ooh. 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 Your dad and he used to do Minesweeper races. That's the nerdiest thing I've heard anybody say in a minute, and I love it. Beautiful. Me and my dad used to try and beat each other's score in Tetris, and then I played one game of Tetris for like... This was a version of Tetris that kind of got to a certain speed and then just kept going at that speed. It was on the Mac 2. And I played Tetris for 2 hours straight or something. I was like, I'm not going to bother anymore. The water melted. Yeah, that's my my artificial fountain. My artificial fountain. Satisfied remembering teaching something. Let's see how it works. This looks kind of neat, which is the whole point. Make it look kind of neat. And they won't run through it because I can't get down into it. Artificial fountain. Yeah, because that's how I spec. You used to play NES games as a family, single player NES games? Man. Kids don't do that shit no mo. Let's pop up here. How you doing today, Narf? I'm playing the wrong game. Huh. That's weird. Curious about how much this fills. Try and wrap your head around DF. This is a bad fort to do that, but it's not that bad. It's once you can kind of like parse the Z levels, it's not bad. But this is kind of a hard fort to do that because we are about 6 times further in than most people will ever get on any fort ever. A tribute from Bastille Smack has arrived. The soccer hooligans have shown up. But the whole point of this fort is we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years in game time. To give you an idea, we're 6.5% done. I've been playing this fort for 4 weeks. How's sanity on the fort going? No problems. No problems at all. I mean, like, we had a dwarf tantrum, and we clobbered him in the head and cut his chest open real bad. And he went and spent a couple weeks in hospital. And how's he doing now? Where's audio? Probably not dead. Might be dead. There he is. He's haggard and drawn. He's become haggard and drawn due to tremendous stresses placed on her. And is in depression. He felt guilty dwelling upon being able to rest and recuperate. Dejected upon a lack of decent meals. Self-pity after being away from friends. And felt dejected when caught in the snow. Dejected when caught in the rain. And interested near a fine door. Well, God bless that fine door. The one thing keeping you sane. Although at least you're gonna stand outside and die rather than... Oh, no, never mind. You snapped out of it. Come on, get back down inside and eat something. Silly dwarf. Leading a leatherworking demonstration. Lovely. But yeah, to anybody who hasn't actually seen this fort, this fortress is a really big hole in the ground. All that blue is open space. If I go up, this is up above the ground. You can see the trees kind of dipping off into the distance. There's our tower, which is filled with beehives. And as we go down and into the fortress itself, you can see the big open chasm that is the giant pit of Longdeath, the little stream that flows over top of the pit of Longdeath, and the artificial waterfall that we constructed today, as well as the various walkways suspended above the ground. The tops of the buildings down at the bottom, the stockpiles, the livestock pens, the food storage and crafts guild halls up at the top. And then all of our bedrooms around the outside with all of the dwarves' possessions and things. Our well kind of in the middle, and our iron and various bar storage down beneath that. The terracotta army of way too many lead statues. And then down beneath that, a little stone stockpile. And then our water dispersing area. Oh, really? Want me to cut it down a bit? Yeah, that'll happen. You gotta keep them below huge, you know? And this right here is water mist, which dwarves love. Up here, we have Eric Shadowblade, who's content near a waterfall. It's ironic, isn't it? They love being near waterfalls, can't stand the rain. But the tribute from the group of alchemy for the year 70. 5 blackberries. 1 spiked silver ball. 2 copper high boots. And 1 fire clay. Nazis heavily used Autobahn as a prestige project instrument to keep the population satisfied in the employment programs, as well as for its function. It did not was the Autobahn bad per se. They did breathe. They breathe and produce toddlers that didn't make breathing or production bad. I shouldn't need that example. Yeah. What's a plus in your book? Fair enough. And, you know, that's kind of what I've had to try and convince myself of, right? But, like, then, like, I look at stuff that I do that very much is kind of abusing the algorithms. But, like, that's why I do things like what I talked about the other day, which is why I put the full Tarn Adams interview up instead of, like, just it up in, like, 5-minute chunks, right? Like, it's better for everybody involved and how I feel about the content I create to just put the whole damn thing up, right? Instead of, like, cutting it down into little itty-bitty bits and then spacing it out, right? I mean, we were talking about this the other day where it's just like, you know, I put an hour and 20-minute long interview with Tarn up on my YouTube channel. The smart YouTube way to do that would be to put out 5-minute clips and then lock the full thing behind a Patreon wall. That would be the smart way to do it. But that's so undwarfy. The elves are here to trade. I'm actually going to trade with them this time. I haven't traded with them in like 3 years, so should probably give them some kind of bone for showing up, you know? Give them some plant pots. And an anvil and laugh at them as they try and carry it. In a few different Z levels. After 5 views anyways. Based on my knowledge of how the algorithm works, I think it would actually be the opposite, R&D. With that sort of thing, it would be the opposite, because I could very easily clickbait those. I could title and tag those videos in such a way that it would get significantly higher overall views. That's how the elves do YouTube? Yes, El Naso. How you doing, El Naso? It's good to see you, man. Ooh, they brought plums. I don't have plums. Buy some plums. We can make some plum wine. And I'll buy a hood. There we go. Actually, I think more people look up Toady, but... How so? For a second there, I thought you were being funny. You weren't being funny. I thought you were being, like, legit. I was like, what? How did it change your life? I mean, it certainly changed my knowledge of Dwarf Fortress. We learned how thanks to my interviews, we now know how they designed the language for kobolds, and we now know for certain how stress works. Because we literally got him to open the code. So clap, Sal. Good job, Sal. And you know what? It was damn worth it. We also got more pictures of scamps out in the wild, which of course was worth it. Fixing some racking chairs. Keeping busy, I hope. Although then again, I've put up, what, 23 parts that are all like 6 hours long of this fortress? But the way I justify that to myself is it's an archive. I've had so many people tell me that I get them through entire ones of their scamps. Scamps, not scams. Scamps is Tarn's cat. And it's also, I think, the most tagged thing in the, on the video. It's just like, click here for scamps. Click here for kitty pics. Because I put the cat in the video. Let me just go find the image. I'll just show you. Scamps. You know, I think the reflection in the monitor might be my favorite bit about that whole thing. It's basically, Scamps is basically Dwarf Fortress's mascot. I mean, come on, let's be real. How you doing over there? We need to babysit you a little bit here, Dwarf. I'm not understanding anything? I mean, it's an entertaining interview. Tarn is one of those people where he's very charismatic and entertaining to listen to, even if you know nothing about the game, right? So, I'll just say that. Yeah, I don't know why all of a sudden honey's not working anymore. Oh. Okay, so is there a way for me to stop them from putting alcohol into jugs? Because I have all these jugs, but they're just filling them up with cranberry wine, and I don't need that, damn it! Jug. 20? 30? I don't know how much clay I have. 10. MDF? Yeah, sure. I still just like the very important cat. Coldfire, could you stop vomiting everywhere, please? Making a mess of things. Like, you're 6 years old, I get it, but you have more vomit in you than like how do you get so much bodily fluid everywhere? It's actually kind of disturbing. Like, there he goes again. Just spitting and vomiting everywhere. All of that blue, that's all puke. All of it. Every last bit of it. Puke. I guess I could set them to only take containers from one specific stockpile. Then I'd also... Then I'd also need to tell them to... It would need to be a stockpile for barrels, pots, and the ingredients. It's terrible, right? It's like infinite vomit. Dwarves are actually all just little kids from The Grudge. It is terrifying. Oh. That's a lot of water. I wasn't expecting that to work that well. Or that poorly. A lot more water than last year. Although most of this is pretty shallow, so it's fine. They can just kind of run around. You don't understand how that's possible. Oh, you're talking about in real life. I'm talking about Northport. That's, I'll be honest, a lot more water than I was expecting there. You think it's going to fill this whole cavern layer up? God. That's a lot of water. Although I think it's hit its limit. I mean, this isn't a fountain of youth. This is a fountain of most. At least it's not very deep, like I said. There's just like... This is not very safe. So, like, it's mostly quite shallow, right? And then there's, like, a one-tile spot, like, right here, where it's just, like, really deep. So, this is me running and the glug. Hey, Vlam. How you doing, man? Hope you've been well. It's fine. I'm just gonna pull a lever for a little bit. I'm curious about how quickly it's going to evaporate. Chat, how is chat? Vlam would like to know. I'm okay. I've had some personal shit going on, which has made the last, like, week and a bit incredibly stressful. So, like, anxiety and shit's been real bad, but I'm getting by. Am I putting down a layer of mud? I mean, not intentionally, but yeah. Still without a job? Oof.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Getting more and more angry and anxiety-like about it? What, with the job problem? Uh-oh. Hispan went and toppled a bookcase. One of my original 7 dwarves. Where have you gone? Yeah, I'm really... Ooh, I see somebody beaten and bloodied, too. Nobody's dead, though. Hispan was one of the original 7 dwarves. And was beating up my militia commander. Currently all alone. Is going to get a bunch of disorderly conduct claims against them. We'll just wait for you to calm down first, because I don't want you to go kill people. You're still tantruming. This dwarf was okay last time I checked them, but I guess they kind of went over the deep end. Okay, now you're going back to work. All right. Wait, hold on. How did I just convict Eripterus of a crime? Shit. Must have hit the wrong button. Ripterus is getting a beating. That could be bad. Must have punched somebody. Oh, did. Was fighting with a buzzard and then... Oh, okay, I see. Was fighting with a buzzard and then got into the fight. Which is... not good. Hey, Pablo. Got a workshop about what jobs suit you next week and just hope that it won't be called off again. Yeah, hopefully. Hang in there, man. It'll come through. Everything else last week has been hell, I believe it. Okay, you didn't get a bad beating. It was a very mild beating. Afraid after experiencing trauma and annoyed caught in the rain. Didn't feel anything after being beaten. Well, that's good. As long as it, like, didn't break your neck. All right, Pispan. You're in... So Pispan got taken to prison. How are you doing? Repentant after being confined, and pleasure near a completely sublime statue. Pleasure near a splendid restraint, and pleasure near a wonderful seat. Well, at least you like your prison cell. But yeah, no, I'm trying to, you know. Trying to, just keep my head on straight about shit. And there's only so much you can do. Someone just left a very confusing comment on this on one of my YouTube videos, which was, while we are quite different people, I frequently get shocked by how close is what you say about life to what I think. It's getting out of control. Well, great minds think alike, I guess. It's a good comment. I like that one. Party animals demo? What? Party animals. Party animals. This is maybe the least appealing thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it's cute, cuddly little animals. Physics. Ew. Multiplayer. Ew. Cute little animals. Ew. Wait, hold on. Is this just Gang Beast but with, like, kittens? This is just Gang Beasts but with kittens. And puppies. I'll post it on the team Discord. Cute things. Set it on fire. It can't be trusted. It's Gang Beasts, but it actually works. But then it's, okay. How can you be Gang Beasts, but it actually works? The fun of Gang Beasts is that it doesn't work. Wow. 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 I'm really hoping that this dwarf snaps out of all of their depression, because he's already improved in their time being in prison. Also wants to practice some martial arts. So, you know, we're going to put you in the Bear Fighters. How long have you been in prison? Oh, shit. There's one more count of disorderly conduct. Fine, I'll accuse you. 41 days in prison left. It's not too bad. They're actually updating the demo daily? Oh, damn. That's a bit much. They shouldn't work so hard. Oh, damn. As soon as they let you? I mean, it looks fun, don't get me wrong. Hey, Safe Sloth. How did that 26 agility gunslinger go? Did it go better than my 10 toughness? What? Brain power person? Go? I'm like having a bad time with words today. Words are hard, okay? When is DF coming out with graphics? When it's done. He's still alive? Well, you're better at the game than me. But, yeah, no, it's still, it's done when it's done. I think the way Tarn's been talking recently is, like, they originally wanted to have it out November this year, and obviously it's not happening. But, when they were originally saying that they wanted to have it out by November this year, he was planning on starting working on it 6 months sooner, and then, he didn't. And then, the pandemic happened, which isn't helping. And then the, you got the ambidextrous tree maxed. Nice. I don't think I've ever gotten a tree maxed in that game. Have you stopped being depressed? Look at this. No longer stressed. Ain't that wonderful? At all. Dissatisfied. I was confined. I repent. Felt repentant after being confined. Pleasure near a splendid restraint. Have I seen Letterkenny? I have absolutely no interest in watching a comedy about stereotypes based on my country. And I believe you've asked me if I've seen that show before. And I believe I had the same response. The stereotypes are hilarious when they don't get thrown at you all the goddamn time. In my case, stereotypes like Letterkenny are really fucking annoying. Like, really fucking annoying. Yeah, I mean, it works. All right, I'll pull the little lever. No. Just by being Canadian, you get all of the Canadian stereotypes, even though most of the Canadian stereotypes come from, like... Okay, it's like... okay, you know Slavic stereotypes? The whole, like, Adidas and Slavic squats and all that shit? That would be like you getting that stereotype for being in proximity to Slavic countries. Even though you're in Belgium. Assuming you're still there. And yes, I get, like, Eastern Canadian stereotypes thrown at me on a relatively frequent basis because it's Canada. So everybody assumes all of Canada is the same. When in reality, like, the Canadian stereotypical accent is from, like, a small handful of cities in one province. And most Canadian stereotypes that people think of when they think of Canadian stereotypes aren't those cities. They think of Albertans or Maritimes. It's like one of the two. It's like Torontonese, yeah, and then like Albertans are like kind of the two real stereotypes. And then there's British Columbians that everybody just assumes are Americans because we talk and act a lot like Californians. It's like, well, no. It's just my country's really fucking big. Also, the royal treasure has arrived to speak with my dwarves. Are you talking about a boot and all that shit? Because that's not my accent. And everybody just assumes I'm American because I'm a white kid who speaks with a Western accent. Not specifically a boot. Again, you're thinking of Albertan accents. You're talking about the long O, that's Albertan. But then again, like, I feel bad for my American friends that get relatively dumb American stereotypes thrown at them. Maybe your friend, you know, from the West Coast actually comes from Albertan accents. I mean, I know people out here who have Albertan accents, but the long O is Albertan. And Sask has that a little bit too, but not so much. And then the further east you go, the more stereotypical the accent gets until you hit Toronto, and that's where the stereotypical accent is, which is like the equivalent of like the New York accent, essentially. It's like just Toronto has the Canadian accent. They're the ones who are all like, hey, buddy, what are you talking about? Those guys, that's Toronto. And then that bleeds over into Ontario a little bit. And then the Maritimes, which is their own fucking thing. No, I'm very much Canadian. And if you call me American, I will probably ban you. Well, the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Or rather, if you insist on calling me North American, I'll probably ban you, because that's like my biggest goddamn pet peeve. Some people are like, oh, you're still American. What do you mean? Well, you live on that continent. It's like, fuck you. I will fucking remove you from my chat. You piece of slimy internet trash. You. Where's wood? Why can't I record? Oh, we'll put wood at the top of the list. But then you remember how cold it is? Canada ain't cold. Just don't move to the cold part of Canada. So you had a Canadian girlfriend in uni, and 10 years ago, after splitting up, I visited Toronto. Met up with her there, and the first thing I told her was, holy shit, you sound way more Canadian than I remember. Well, I mean, accents change. Like, wait, was she living in Europe at the time, or were you in Canada at the time when you were dating? Because if she'd been in, like, another country for a while, her accent might have mellowed. And then, like, when you spend time around other people, like, FG squared, right, is German. She doesn't sound particularly German. She sounds a lot more British because she spent so much time in the UK. Even Kiri, like, her accent's, like, somewhere in the middle. Like, I had no idea where the fuck she was from until I just asked her. She was in Belgium at the time? Yeah, probably then her accent mellowed. And probably got more extreme living in Toronto again. You want to live in BC? Then move out here. Rent's cheap, just don't live in Vancouver. Just don't be an idiot. Live out in the suburbs and you're fine. Well then, we've finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And then once the pandemic's over, Squug, we can hang out. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. There's your weird, undefinable, but definitely English accent. I mean, the UK has so many different accents, it like varies from town to town almost. Like I had a long discussion with my friend Fogg once about UK accents. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Here come all other wagons to trade. Do 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 do. Down the very, very safe ramp. Very safe! Exclamation point. Sounds like me and my ex-girlfriend, who was a Korean exchange student. Just ended up in the same music class. Didn't last very long, but years ago. We went to go see Toy Story. It was good times. Last I checked, she was married. I'm gonna talk to her in about, I don't know, 10 years, 12 years, 13 years, something like that. He's safety ramp. Yeah. I'm gonna ask one of the speakers to say something in their English accent. Oh, really? I need to go back and watch a lot of those VODs. First off, I'm Irish. Fuck off. Oh, that's funny. I was actually planning on going to the roguelike celebration this year. Like actually going in person. But we all know how that went. We'll sell them some armor, because I got a lot of them. A lot of leggings. Not help with organizing? I'd probably go because I know somebody in this city who has a sofa I could sleep on. So I would just need to get on a plane and get down there, and tickets were like, what, $60 last time? So it's not like it's an expensive convention, and it would just be a matter of me getting a flight to San Francisco, which isn't hard. When you're in Vancouver, like I could get a flight there and back for $200 if I'm willing to go weird hours. I've talked to you before in voice chats, Flam. It's just been a while. What do I think about your accent? I mean, you sound like you're from Belgium to me. Yeah. It's been a while. We watched conventions, like E3 shit. I don't know if you were sober, but I've certainly talked to you before. I can tell you for a fact I wasn't. But yeah, no, you've been in calls with us before. I feel like I've been neglecting voice chats. For a while there, I was super active about being in Discord every weekend, but I've been neglecting that for personal reasons. It's most definitely not sober. Well, never change.
You like pain? Here's more.
Come on, you've known me this long, you know how I feel about pain. You know, I have a question. Is that Cuphead DLC out yet? Because I don't think it is. What's up, Orange? You're only sober when you're driving? Now, are you actually sober when you're driving, or are you just telling yourself that you're sober when you're driving? Because please don't incriminate yourself in public chats. Actually. I mean, I'm usually... I'm always not baked when I'm streaming. But usually when I'm done, I very quickly end up being baked. But yeah, that's 2 years old. They didn't bring me any freaking wood. Humans, you're a failure. Wait, no. Dwarves, you're a failure. Although they're humans, which means they probably have quality veggies and things. So I will buy all of their veggies and fish. Actually, no, we'll also buy, like, their reindeer brain and shit. Because variety of food is good. That's not okay, Orange. I love alcohol, and I love drinking alcohol, but everything in moderation. Says the guy who's almost always high when he's not streaming. But at this point for me, it's like, it's what keeps me sane. To spend the whole day cleaning it. Yeah, that would do it. They have any of that prepared vulture intestine? Why, is that something you're particularly peckish for? Also, Narf, did you figure out the facts of how old Caves of Cut is? Like what the actual like start year was? So that we can update the wikis? So real people playing it in 2010. Okay, gotcha. And that seems ecstatic with the trading. Yeah, we just gave him a ton of stuff. Pispan, how are you doing in prison? Frustrated after being unable to acquire something for too long. I mean, I used to get drunk at work, so... like, I also can't judge anybody. I used to, and I'm not proud of this. I'm not saying it because I'm proud of it. It was a low point in my life, but I used to bring a 6-pack of beer in with me at work and then fill up a large cup with beer and just walk around with drinking beer out of a straw while cleaning a kitchen. It was what kept me sane. I was back then. Oh, I was too back then. I mean, who isn't happy about dumb shit they did when they were dumb? Like, isn't that like kind of the key point of being dumb? It's like, well, I hate my life and I'm an idiot, so I'm gonna do idiot things for idiot people. His supervisor and badge number. I can claim harassment. I once got pulled over by a police officer for jaywalking a completely dead street. There wasn't a single car as far as the eye could see. And I sprinted across the road because there was a skunk on the sidewalk. This was at 3 o'clock in the morning. I see sirens behind. I hear sirens and I see lights flashing. Pulls up next to me and says, you know what you just did? I'm like, I crossed the street, officer. And he goes, why'd you do that? He's like, you know that is a criminal offense with an $80 fine. I'm like, yes, I know. I'm aware. He goes, so why'd you do that? And I said, there's a skunk over there. And he looks out his window, sees the skunk, which is wandering in circles. Peter's good at this game. Old fire. Also, I don't think Peter was at 5 like 5 days ago. But anyway, so the skunk was just like kind of walking around on the sidewalk and he goes, makes perfect sense. Carry on. I think you might be number 1, Peter. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, Peter, you're number 1. Just saying. You passed Fragged your mom finally. Who I don't... When was the last time Fragged watched my stream? January of this year. So Fragged hasn't watched me in 10 months, and you finally passed him. Kind of sucks. I miss the gifts he used to make on my stream. Yeah, it looks like the water's not going to spread much more beyond that point. I think that's about as far as it'll go. How about Eggman? Oh, you're way beyond Eggman. Eggman was at like 100,000 at one point, but he all-in'd everything. Yeah, Eggman has like 30,000 currently. No, Eggman all-in'd. He bet his 100,000. I mean, he's earned back, but... That sucks, orange camera. This is a slow dwarf. That or my frame rate just slowed down because of water physics. I need a better method of disposing of this water. This is not good. We'll see you later, Peter. Cheers, man. It's quite literally a foreign concept. Because we have bigger roads over here than you do. That's all it is. Well, when you have like 8-lane streets, it makes a bit more sense. Not gonna stop me, but... See, for you guys in your countries where roads were designed for horse and buggy, not for motor vehicles, primarily, it doesn't make any sense. Well, best of luck, Orange. I have nothing to say on the subject. So, best of luck. The guy was mentally dead? What, your friend's... Your best mate's friend was mentally dead? Okay, well, I live in a pretty city-based. There's no fucking polar bears up here. Oh, father. Okay. Yeah, I believe it. Anything to keep people safe. This is tricky territory that I can't really say anything in regards to, so keep it civil, kids. That physics over there is what's doing it. I'm gonna need to fill this thing in because this is not good for the frames. Not in regards to jaywalking. That's a subject I can talk about. It's what Orange Camera and Coldfire are talking about. I don't feel like discussing police harassment because that's just going to be a slippery slope into making me look terrible regardless of what I say. Doesn't matter how responsible you are. If you get hit by a car, you're gonna scar that person for life out of your own stupidity. So, as somebody who has 8 jaywalking tickets, jaywalking is very much illegal and should be illegal. Makes sense to me why it's illegal. But I have 8 tickets because they're fucking stopping me because I'm suicidal, I guess. Just waiting for all of this water to dry up. Rule number 1, no dying. Okay, boss. Can do. Sounds like a big ol' waste of time for everybody, Orange. But whatever it is, I hope that you get it sorted. Still just sounds like a big ol' waste of time to me. Bigger fish to fry in the world. I feel like an idiot rerouting that water in there because I thought it would look cool, but it's hurting frame rate too much. I have to redo this whole thing. Buzzard is attacking. Just Spawn, are you out of prison yet? Nope. You gotta be out of prison soon. How long is your sentence? Only 10 days? Okay, you're almost out. Why a waterfall? Chad asked me to build one, so I built one. Because it makes Dwarves' moods better. But it was fine the first year, and then I changed how I was distributing the water because I thought it would look cool, but it's causing too much water physics, all that movement in there that you're seeing. I need to remove that. That's cutting the frame rate in half. Orange, I'm going to ask you really politely. Please change the subject. I don't want to read about that. Okay? I don't. Don't care. So what I'm going to do here, because I need to get the water out of this area, is I'm going to block it off and then bring pumps up and then pump it all out. And it'll dry up. And then it'll stop hurting the frame rate. Did I hit an aquifer? No, I'm pumping water down here. There are no aquifers on this map. Hi, Voodoo. How is things? How am I doing? I'm okay. Been better, been worse. Nothing legitimately to complain about, I would guess. How about yourself? Aside from your brain melting from coding, I mean, that's just work, right? Brains will melt from any day job, regardless of what it is, be that coding, streaming, editing, napping. If you have a job that you're getting paid to do, it'll make your brain melt. Part of the glory of being human. Yeah, that too. Not having a job when you need a job will also indeed make your brain melt. It's literally a no-win fight. Don't even need it and your brain is still boiling? Hey man, at least you don't need to work. Not needing to work and not being able to work is a hell of a lot better than needing to work and not being able to work. My little sister desperately needs a job and can't get one. Is also your field of work? Do you want to know my actual response to that statement, though, Voodoo? You know, they're the biggest lie told to anybody on Earth is if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Job's a job. Doesn't matter what you do. Playing video games, making video games, programming. Job is a job. As much as I love doing this, still a job. And no job is perfect. Yeah, I mean, Vlam walking into your warehouse would make it smell more of beer, not less of beer, so. But no, I'm extremely fortunate to have a job through all this. Through 2020, having a job is the biggest fucking blessing I've ever had. Not going over what again?
Played like shit today at my pap, but at least I got a moose.
Thanks for the first resub in 5 hours, dude. Cheers, man. Good to have you back. Total of 17 months. Fuck, time's flown. I don't know what's a PAT stand for. Why do you need to go over it again? No one asked you to go over it again. And it wasn't the smelling of beer thing that I didn't like. It's your inability to pay your fucking speeding tickets that I didn't like. At least you've got your hobbies. Yeah. No, hobbies are what keep you alive. I just have this bad habit of making any fucking hobby I have into a form of income. Parking? Doesn't fucking matter. Literally don't fucking matter. Just pay your goddamn tickets. That's what I don't like. I actually haven't had beer in like a month and a half. Been a while. Playing ability test. Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. You kind of am beer. I mean, there's beer in my veins. Is your gluten sensitive? I've had some pretty good gluten-free beers in my life. Some people would say that that's sacrilegious, but there's really good gluten-free beer out there. You drink sporadically anyway? Fair enough. Oh yeah, no, I've never had a good alcohol-free beer, but I've certainly had good good gluten-free beers. One of the local breweries around here makes a chestnut ale that's gluten-free, which is delicious. It's incredibly nutty, as one would expect. I've never understood the point of alcohol-free beer. It's like... trying to think of a good comparison for alcohol-free beer. Like, defeats the points, you know? You don't hate it on principle? I mean, there's plenty of alcohol-free beverages that are delicious. Why compromise a delicious beverage that's delicious because of its alcohol content? What is the point of that? So much mud? It's, you know, it's the natural occurrence. The humans from the realms of stone have arrived. As a relaxation point before today? Gotcha. The reason I haven't been drinking is because something has changed in the way my brain is wired in 2020. Alcohol used to have almost no effect on me the next day. I could, you know, drink a whole lot and I'd, like, you know, maybe on a bad day have a little bit of a hangover, but generally, like, mood-wise, personality-wise, drink, fine the next day. Ever since, like, I've been in hospital, it affects my mood the next day to a point where I'm borderline suicidal the next day. Without fail. So, Council of Men, the Realms of Stone, tribute report for the autumn year 70. Oh, whoa. Hold on a second. Lizard Devil Silk Ogawa strings. Whoa. 1 alpaca wool rope. 25 silver bolts. 1 brass scepter. 1 llama wool rope. 5 bilberries. 1 rope reed thread. 1 nickel cage. 5 jelly opals. 5 raspberries. 1 harlequin opal. 1 copper toy hammer. Lizard Devil Silk Ogawa strings. Okay, first off, what the fuck's an Ogawa string? But, like, where are they getting Lizard Devil? Is that just, like, took random thing and it just happened to generate Lizard Devil Silk? Even if you drink 1 beer? Yeah, I mean, like I said, it never affected my mood previously, and I don't... Yeah, when 2020 attacked, when everything changed, Scotty, it's like... Coming 27 changed everything for you when alcohol's involved? I don't know what it is, man. Maybe I'm just getting old. I mean, I'm only 26, but, like... Alcohol used to have 0 effect on my mood, but it was literally, like, from 1 week to the next. Pre-diagnosis to post-diagnosis and getting my blood sugar under control and not being hyperglycemic and all of that shit. I can't drink alone anymore. I quit drinking at like 24. The problem is I fucking love the taste of quality beer. Like, it's my favorite, one of my favorite flavor profiles. We're old. Eh. I mean, I have more gray hair than most people do at my age. I know it's an instrument part, but how the hell did they get that? Soccer for you uncultured dicks. Yeah. Cause shit is coming. He was right. I don't know. I think it's for me primarily just. I think it's 2020. I don't think, because, like, I have multiple friends who are older than me, who, no, there's older farts in this chat. Trust me, Narf. You're not the oldest fart in this chat. But, like, even before 2020 shit happened, like, they were all totally fine, and they're still totally fine. Drinking and playing sports together, so now you just drink, is what you're saying? Because that's understandable. I don't know. Mentally in my head, there's a lot of shit going on that I was invincible to previously, and not because of getting older, but because of life circumstances changing. You know? Like, yes, I am the immature, easy to make fun of twit for still being fucked up about the fact that his ex left him, but, like, a year and a bit later, still fucked up over it. Or almost a year later, rather. Still fucked up over it. Sport is overrated. The most sportsman-like I had got the brain cancer. Most sports-like I had got brains cancer and died after been paralyzed for 2 years. What is overrated? The most sports-like I had got brain. Oh, the most sports-like friend you had got brain cancer and died after 3 years. Yeah, no, I mean, I lost a friend from liver cancer when I was like 12. Yeah, Squug. I'm having chicken noodle soup for dinner. Homemade broth. Bring in the sour things. I never really had much of a sweet tooth. Just at all. I've been making homemade broth for years. It's goddamn delicious. This is you now? I never really made fun of people that were older than me. I always kind of respected it. I was never really one of those people who's like, oh, I'll make fun of old farts. You did? Okay, fair enough. For me, it was always a, you've been through more than me, so I respect you for that reason. Not so much a, oh, haha, you're old. Sucks to be you. You made fun of all the old farts in your team. Fair enough. My name is Mistum. I am here from the Mountain Oak. Discuss your situation. It's much to share. We are still at war. Do you have anything to request from our merchants? Hey man, at some point it just becomes self-deprecating humor, which is one of the best kinds of humor. Yeah, Squawk hasn't gotten the old part. He's just fart. I think the difference between you and me, Vlam, right? I think you got to be a young person longer than I did, right? I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But the difference between you and me, Vlam, is I grew up at 18. I'm gonna get the wrestling squad wrestling. I grew up at 18. I went from, living with my parents and working full time and having had several jobs. Actually, no, I kind of grew up at 16. But I got my first job at 15, second job at 16, and I'd worked 3 jobs by 18. And I moved out at 18. And I moved in with my girlfriend at the time at 18. And most kids I knew had just graduated high school by the time I was on job number 3, paying all of my bills and taking care of a girlfriend who couldn't keep a job. And then was homeless for 6 months. And then moved back in. And then I've just basically worked 14 hours a day since. I never really had an opportunity to go be a kid. I never really had the opportunity to go to college or party or do any of that shit. Like, I grew up at, like, 17. And the point of realizing that was when I hit about 20, when I was working 2 jobs, trying to stream or get into streaming, make that into something that could work. I was living off of nowhere near enough money, trying to pay for 2 people and 2 cats and keep a relationship semi-functional, right? It was at that point when I was just like, okay, I can't fuck around. Like, yeah, I did party. I, would go to craft bars and go to metal shows and shit, but wasn't even like remotely frequently, and very much not a lifestyle that ever really lived. And I know a lot of people out there, like my little sister, for example, right? My little sister lived at home for a very long time until she was 20, I think, 20? Maybe it was 19, but she went to college and fucking lived with a bunch of other people her age in various different dorm formats. And it's like, well, that's not even remotely close to being an adult. Like, that's when you kind of separate from your parents and realize, oh, there's more to life than just my parents. Right? I didn't get that. I just went from kid to adult in like a 3-week period. You have a 13-year career behind you now, and you're jobless for 2 years. You're just an angry old man at this point. I mean, okay, Vlam, I shit you not. And I've told this story before. Also, Psycon, cheers, man. Thanks for the nice words. I went out onto my porch in June of this year. This was where I am at, it was more or less in full-on lockdown still. Close to my birthday. Went out onto the porch and shouted at a group of about 20 people that were in the back porch area. None of them wearing masks, none of them distancing whatsoever, all just kind of hanging out, and said, go the fuck away, and social distance. And one of them looks over at me and says, nah, our kids are playing, so we're going to stand here and talk. I'm like, well, then stop having fucking children. Came back inside. That's me. That's where I'm at. So I might have out old man to the old man in the chat. Becoming an adult only brings the respect of sockmund-minded people, meaning instead of being a disgusting college loser is a win in your opinion. Yeah, no, it's... Here's the thing, right, Sockmund? We're all a disgusting loser. Every person is a disgusting loser. Every human being, to a degree, is a disgusting loser. It's just somewhere tucked away at the back of your brain. It just doesn't normally rear its ugly head. And there's something to be said for blowing off steam, right? And the way everybody blows off steam is different. Did I trade with you? I can't remember. It's fine. Won't really matter if I miss a year. And it's very much it doesn't matter if you're, like, how you blow off steam, but it's important to blow off steam. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for people to go be a college loser and just go drink and get a couple STDs. It's important for people to learn who they are as people. And when you grow up in an environment where you are told that you have to either act a certain way or be a certain type of person, I think it's important to learn how to blow off that steam and become a person that is you. And it takes some people longer to do that. But waste their parents' money? I think in a lot of cases, that's not the fault of the kid, though. I think in a lot of cases, that's the fault of the parent. I never went to university. I never went to college. And the reason I never went to university or college is because my dad went to university and college when I was growing up and spent all of what would have been the fund to send me to university. Instead, my older sister went to university and my little sister went to university. I got kind of left out because that money wasn't there at the time. And instead of me living at home longer and figuring out something to do, I just moved out on a minimum wage job. I think that a lot of the time when you have kids in university just wasting their parents' money, it's because their parents have an image that they want their kids to fulfill. Be that computer science major, a doctor, a dentist, a marine biologist, I don't know, whatever the fuck people do with lives. And those parents want that kid to go do that thing. And by God, that kid's gonna fucking do that thing. So they go to all the classes the parents make them go to, they go to the university and they fucking fail. Because parent wants kid to do that thing because parent never stopped to say, hey kid, what do you want to do with your life? I think that's often the problem with those disgusting college losers, as you say, which I don't necessarily disagree with. This poor fucking dwarf, God damn it. His finger's still broken. No. Your childhood ended in 93 when your mom had cancer and your grandmother who lived had a stroke. Yep, that would do it. My condolences, by the way. I was born in 94, good God. That's awful. Like, get hold of their responsibilities? I mean, it took me, like, on the topic of, like, kids living up to their parents' expectations, my parents had very little expectations for me. But at the same time, it took me, like, the better part of, I don't know, 5 years to convince my parents that I wasn't just wasting my life doing this. I think to an extent my dad still doesn't fully believe me. Although now my dad has, like, read articles about people like Ninja, so I guess, like, he's probably come around on it a bit. He's starting to understand what I do. A little bit, I hope. Not that I really care at this point, to be honest. Then again, I've always known that what I have disliked, and I knew that stimuli. Yeah, I kind of envy you, in a way, Stone. Content with what you have. And this is why you should watch that Bill Nye the Science Guy documentary I was talking about earlier. Feeling fulfilled with your own life is fucking difficult. Regardless of how much good you do in your life. Speaking of good, these dwarves are dancing, and it makes me happy. Also, who left their fucking dirty underwear on the ground? God damn it. Pigtail dress, a pigtail vest. They're just like dancing and the clothes are flying off. It's just like a goddamn anime down here. Feeling fulfilled with life is temporary? Feeling fulfilled with life is temporary. Feeling satisfied with life can be permanent. You have a degree in Clinical psychology because your dad wanted that, not you. I know a streamer who streams full time. He's a criminal lawyer. Fucking hates it. He's got, last time I checked, he was fully bankrupt due to student loans and filed for bankruptcy. And again, it's because his parents wanted him to do it, not because he wanted to do it. Twitch is full of errors. Oh, that sucks, Befit. How you doing, man? We're having, like, big ol' real talk sesh. I think it's pretty good. Just died midstream on you. Well, I mean, for whatever it's worth, I did kick my router over and unplug it earlier. So that did happen like 8 hours ago, mind you, but I did that today. In IT and economics, and you're from Europe, so no loans. Oh God, yeah, no. An advantage. Master's degree, which you paid with cash for because you already had a job. Gotcha. Winning. I mean, I kind of envy people who've had that experience. Oh, student loans are the biggest fucking bullshit. I think for me, I'm sad that I've never had the opportunity to know what learning to that degree is like. Only 10? That's impressive. Actually, like, kind of genuinely. Because you don't fucking use it as a programmer? Hey, man. I don't know. I have someone that I used to know quite well who was saying that who has a psychology degree, and last I talked with him, he's like, yeah, I'm going to go back to university for another 5 years. I'm just like, what's the point? Just go get a job. Go get a job and go do something. There's no age requirements to enroll, so enroll? No. Absolutely not. You want to know why? I say absolutely not. I got into an argument with somebody over this once before. I'm going blind. My eyesight is going away. I don't want to waste my life learning stuff that I'm potentially not that interested in and putting myself in a bunch of debt. Because I sure as fuck can't afford it. And it would put me really far into debt. And then when I lose all of my eyesight, and probably with that most of my income, and end up on a disability pension, how's that benefiting? I'd rather continue working for slightly below what is considered a poverty line, creating stuff that I love, entertaining people and making people's day a bit better, as long as my eyesight lasts. That's what I intend to keep doing, goddammit. Barons the Second is a little stressed. Why are you stressed? You able to, oh, you want to practice martial art? Yeah, we can throw you in the military. Or you can go into the bear fighters for a bit. Go wrestle. Give you an idea of Lamb. There was a little bit there where I was looking at taking music production and composition back when I was still looking into uni in like 2010, 2011. I was planning on taking a course for music composition and then another course for digital music production and audio engineering, which would have been a total of 3 years. The first year was $41,000, the second year was $61,000, and the third year was $71,000. That was with a grant I had. Otherwise, every single year would have been $71,000. Or a grant I qualified for. When all this clears up, you want to go do, I don't know, a minors or a certificate in Japanese. You want to do actual classes instead of museum courses. An actual classroom rather than tests and deadlines and shit. Fair enough. I've always found I learn best when I'm not talking to people. you know, talking. I mean, I know people who've learned Japanese from just watching a fuckload of anime, but yeah. Matters less and less. They want skill, not a document. Yeah. Want practical skills. Your grades have nothing to do with it. You, man, the education system is a fucking joke. You're providing a relief to people like you. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I do, right? Why would I do anything else? I wanted to work in radio originally. Then there was a brief period of time there where I had a little bit of talent and a bit of an idea, and I was like, well, maybe I could get into like soundtrack production or something. It's amazing how being in the military fixes a lot of doors.
Come for the dwarfs, stay for the philosophy.
Like I'm a fucking philosopher, sir. Thanks for the $5. Cheers. Thanks, man. Speaking of philosophy, there's a stank in the barracks. I think someone forgot to put on deodorant before they went inside. All right, so let's pump this water out of here. Let's get through this shit. Don't fall back into how I was before 2019. And yeah, you're better than pre-2019, so we'd be forward. Yeah. That's all you can do is just incrementally improve yourself day by day. Why are dwarves still coming down here and drinking alcohol? This is all supposed to be forbidden, goddammit. This is supposed to be like the in case of emergency open can beer, not... Let's just forbid those doors and see if that fixes it. There we go, that fixed it. Just waiting for them to build that pump. The vast majority of people don't care. Or shouldn't care. It's such a great time, and every Polish person you know is a freaking treasure. I miss my Polish coaches when I did sprint kayaking. Great people. Okay, now you're cleaning. Okay, who's, someone's got to be constructing that building. Petra is. There you go. Man, they built that fast. Now I just need my pump dwarf. Hey Petra, you wanna get real swole? Real fast? You doing pump ops? Here is it 70? Good stuff. Early winter. Uh-oh. Shit. Okay, never mind. Gotta turn that off. It's not actually that deep, though. I mean, it's deep enough. Okay, you climbed out. That's good. All right, well, how about this? Can I put a floor grate on top of this and still suck stuff out of it? We'll find out. Let's also put 2 walls right there and 2 walls there. That'll help. Both of those will. I gotta get this water out of here. Best nights you've ever had. That reminds me of some of the best nights I've ever had. Are you going to get rid of that water? Pump it out of where it is and then dry it out. So it pumps it out of the area where the water's sitting. There we go. You didn't fall down there again, did you? Yeah, you did. Come on. How deep is this? Okay, so it's deep enough that you can't drown, but shallow enough that you can't dig your way out. Oh, never mind, you climbed out. All right, well. Playing with fire right now. Let's see if I put a grate there, if that'll help. It's a lot of water. It's not that bad. I mean, I don't actually need to get rid of it. I could just floor it off and leave it there. Black hole in deep space. Nice name. You haven't watched me live in forever. Well, I mean, you followed me in February, so it can't have been that long. Forever would be like years. Let's see if that'll do. But it's free water? I've got lots of free water, though. I've got also plenty of not free water. Doesn't that help literally everything, though, Vlam? Like, regardless of the situation, like, makes everything better. But no, this just pumping the water anywhere will help. Because it'll just pump away and then it'll just evaporate. It's gonna take a little while though. Best in Poland. I like Polish accents on the topic of Poland. Cleaned you out mentally? It would do that. I'll go to Poland one day. One day. I just need to become the #1 Cyberpunk 2077 streamer and make good friends with people at CD Projekt Red and then go visit, right? That's what you do. Or I'll just become a professional Gwent streamer. Gwent. It's meant to be that way, so it'll never happen again. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that shouldn't be bulldozed. People gotta learn from it. Show us how bad we are. Not like it needs any kind of reinforcing, but... I mean, I'm #1 Dwarf streamer. I can become #1 Cyberpunk streamer, right? Now most of the water will just evaporate that it's up here. I mean, you might as well at that point. I got 2, actually. 2 black hole. 1 back in June and 1 on the 1st. Second one went a lot better, in my opinion. It was a lot smoother. Less audio glitches. First one has, his microphone cuts out a bit. And I didn't worry too much about fixing it. And then the second time, we made sure that wouldn't happen. If anything, I would say that those interviews were kind of my claim to fame. Kind of. Ended up being the defining moment of the trip. I mean, if I went to that part of the world, I would definitely want to go visit Auschwitz. Yeah. Again, not because it's like thrilling, but because it's something that you like just be quiet about and think about. Stuff like that sticks with you. And like experiences like that are some of the most important experiences. I like the movie Black Swan, though, not related to what you're talking about, but that's a good movie. You just reminded me that that movie existed. Thank you. I think my biggest issue with 2020 is it really just highlights the absolute total 100% lack of fucks given for people that are even remotely vulnerable to the infectious disease known as COVID-19. It's like business first. Our business interests are more important. The economy is more important. Exactly like climate change. It's just like, oh, well, obviously the economy is more important than like the safety and longevity of our species. Well, I mean, can't we just have both? Lamb? Kind of a part of safety and longevity? Yeah, but if I die because people throw caution to the wind, is it really worth it? Good humans. Good humans. Those are rare. Treasure them while you have them. Watch a bookbinding demonstration. Speaking of bookbinding, I should make more writing material. Snow everywhere. Also, I was going to put this down here, but it slipped my mind. I don't think it would be in finished goods. Where would weapon parts go in here? Or not weapon, instrument parts. Definitely not in weapons and trap comps. I feel like it would be under tools. Ah, there we go. Lizard Devil Silk Strings. Those are going down here. It is made from Lizard Devil Silk Cloth. And the Ogawa strings vibrate, causing the instrument to produce sound. An instrument that we can't make, a human instrument. But they're very valuable strings made from the silk of a demon. How the fuck they got that shit? I don't even know. But somehow they did, so that's fucking magical. Doesn't matter. The reasoning behind it. It's still the reasoning behind it. Lockmund. You know, it literally doesn't matter the cause. I care about the outcome. And if the outcome is, yeah, your safety is secondary, fuck you. Flat out. Like, and I lost a friend already in this pandemic over that. Because he was more or less just going on and ranting about how Canada closes down again, we'll never come out of this, or specifically if BC closes down again, we'll never come out of this, yada, yada, yada. It's going to ruin everything. I'm just like, okay, and if BC closes down, I'm safe. That's cool. It's like, if that's your opinion, if you want me to not be in a environment where I can even go outside, cool. 656 lead. Existing image. Image of a dwarf admiring a spear. Do, 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 do. And it's just as bad, and you trust what he's telling you. Yep. I've heard the same from multiple places. Mm-hmm. Oh, trust me, I know. Childhood friend of mine, her father died during the initial lockdown because he had a heart attack and refused to go into hospital. So trust me, there's certainly issues. Australia didn't do a good job handling. What are you talking about? The problem is people who aren't at risk don't care anymore. People who are healthy don't care anymore. People like me, where if I get a normal-ass cold, I could be hospitalized. A normal-ass cold. If I get a normal-ass flu, I could also be hospitalized, depending on how bad it is. Oh, God. That sucks, Buffett. I didn't... I seem to recall you mentioning that you got it, but... Fucking sucks, man. I wonder if my cousin's tests got back yet. I need to ask him. Took me a split second. You were talking about the place, not a person named Victoria. I was like, who the fuck's Victoria? I'm like, rolling through my brain. I'm like, who's Victor? Right. Also, it doesn't help that we have a place here called Victoria. It's my province's capital. There's too many places called Victoria. Stop calling places Victoria, chat. It's bad. If you ever get the opportunity to name a place, don't name it Victoria. From me to you, truly. That just tracks your location. British Columbia has an app that sends anonymous pings that doesn't track you. It works almost exactly the same way that street passing does on the 3DS. But it requires the honesty of people then telling the app when they they test positive, if they test positive. Uh-oh, got an audio, might lose it. I think audio might die. You blame Queen Victoria. Primo Victoria. I mean, yeah, it just uses Bluetooth, local Bluetooth, and just memorizes all of the pings that hit it, and then when somebody tests positive, they go into the app and punch it. I did have one instance of I was close to somebody 2 weeks it was like 12 days prior who tested positive, but King has made a masterpiece lead statue of a dwarf. Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak to Australia. All I know is what I heard on the news, and what I heard on the news wasn't great, but what do I know? I don't live there. Spring has arrived. The year 71 hath begun. Holy shit, I've been streaming a long time. Uptime's wrong because stream went down after about 40 minutes, but it's been 9 hours. It's 6 p.m. and I'm getting hungry. But let's see what these humans have. Go down. But compared to most places, my province has been doing just fine. I still have the recommendation from my doctor to literally don't leave your house. The group of alchemy, Spring 71. 1 willow barrel, 10 slug ichor. Ew. Okay, so I'm starting to like the Realms of Stone's donations a lot more than the Confederacy of Sports donations. One group is bringing us like weapons and demon silk strings and stuff, and this group is bringing us slug blood. 1 serrated silver disc, okay, fair enough. A sheepwool bag, 1 rope reed thread, 2 sheep wool ropes, and 1 rope reed bag, and 1 tin bar. 10 units of slug blood foos, yes. 10 full units of slug blood. You can't do anything with slug blood. Slug blood is useless. Just for reference. It's useless. It's got no actual use. All right, well. You know, we'll keep this as like an extra emergency well. No one else produces it? Maybe it's just a cultural difference between the dwarves and humans. Slug ichor. Ichor is in like the weird white liquid that powers hydraulic insects. No more slud blood from you chaps? You get the dwarves? What do you mean? I mean, hopefully not. Is WD-40 of this world? Man, could you imagine if something got greased with slug blood? Like, oh yeah, just throw a little slug blood on that. Like, clean your motor right up. Here comes the water. Oh. Huh. It killed my windmill got destroyed by something. It's like, why is the lever not being pulled? I mean, the whole weird animal blood and barrels thing is actually a bug, but... Time to create some virtual machines. Fuck your life. Well, do what you can, man. The elves have arrived once again to trade. Another year, another round of elves to give some rubbish to. Look at all those dead Kias. Ah, that's a sight for sore eyes. But you know, guys, honestly, we're in the year 71. We started on the year 68. We read some legends. We did some dwarfs. Been a good day. But I think I think I've had enough streamed for the day. Lots of real talk today. We did like overnight. It was like 9 hours and 15 minutes or something total. You cut down the or plug together the time that from before I streamed to the time now. Thank you everybody for taking the time to tune in. Blam, it was good to see you. Good to talk with you. And good chats, guys. Yeah, nights, I relax. Thank you very much to everybody who hung out. No one here gets COVID, or if they do, they get better. Yeah, same. I hope everybody gets better, and I wish Trump took longer to get better.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned.
To be clear, I don't want the guy to die, because no one should die. But I kind of wish that, like, he'd stay pukey and in bed for longer, because that would make me happy inside. But, if you want to support this shit directly, I have a Patreon. It's what keeps me stable. It's what keeps me here, really. Shout outs to everybody with a hat next to your name. The real fucking heroes. And you get ad-free viewing, which is a positive thing. If you want more YouTube-related Dwarf Fortress things you could ever reasonably sink your teeth into, my YouTube channel has a buttload of it. I put my VODs up, so if you want to get caught up on stuff or watch old streams, you can totally do that. I also do little updates and related to DF news and other things. Also go online from time to time over there as well. Yeah, just big thank you to everybody who's hung out today. Seriously. And thank you for the fun chit chats. It was good. I'll do my best, Hobo. I'll do my best. I just need to find someone that we can go say hello to, frankly. Chat, what do you think? Tom Clancy's The Division, a Final Fantasy MMO, or Baldur's Gate 3? Who should I host? Those are kind of my three friends that I'm looking at going, I'd host any of them. The Balding Gate. Sending you guys over to Ica. He has penguin emotes, He's a bro. He's a good fucking person. He's chill as hell. We're gonna do the host thing. Go drop a beer in his chat. You guys over Nika's stream. Let's go check out that Baldur's Gate 3. Have a good one.